Back to business, back to Final Fantasy IV. Now, last time, a lot happened. As you can see, if you may have missed the previous session, our party composition has radically changed. We no longer have the little wizard twins, we no longer have the old sage. We got Yang back and Rydia. Rosa and Kain as well have rejoined the team. Howdy Zero, how's it going? Cecil remains a paladin and will probably remain so until the end of time at this point. So, that's all where that is. Went up the tower last time, got Rosa back. Found out there were all those crystals in the underground. And hey look, we're in the underground now. That's the short version. I'm alright, still getting my act together overall, but you know, making it work. Hopefully Rise has been treating you well. Now let's see, from what I remember, we talked to the dwarves already. They told us about where Golbez's base was. Good, there's a path through the exit at the bottom of this castle. You can go whenever you're ready. Good luck. Yeah, I have to go to the basement. That's what we're doing now. Yeah, that's fair. They're entertaining to use. Even if it does still lead me to question things about how it overall works within the series, but as its own thing, it's absolutely fine. That's where the hospital is. The actual room is behind this fellow. He has to do that every time. Now, where the actual bit we're going to is, well, we'll figure it out. It's somewhere in the dark here. There we go. Lally ho! Good for you. From what I recall, the dwarves are going to distract the enemy while we break in and try to rescue the crystals they have. Something along those lines. The Tower of Babil has a huge cannon called the Super Cannon. We couldn't come up with a better name for it, so it's just called the Super Cannon. Take care, ho. Don't call me a ho. Monsters here in the underground are strong. Be careful. Why are all these chests open? Did I come down here and open all of them already, or are they just all open? No, these aren't open, so clearly it wasn't me. Cabin, cabin, cabin. That's a bad sign. If they're just giving me a ton of cabins, that's worrying. We do have the opening ad running. I'm not really going to worry too much about that one. I am brave, but you're braver. I know Golbez is out of Babel, but the strongest of 4 fiends called Rubicant of Fire is there. Good to know. This guy's just doing his thing. Come back alive, Lally. Don't overestimate your powers. Retreat when you have to. Our tanks will attract the attention of the cannon, so you can sneak in, Lally. Oh, so it's not distracting their forces, it's distracting the giant death cannon. You know what? That seems like even less of a good idea now. This is the pot out of life, Lally. Want a sip? Yeah, you know what? If for nothing else, demonstration purposes. Now, there's a big flaw in our general strategy here, and that is, I don't think they ever told me where the Tower of Babel was. Obviously, we'll figure it out, but I don't think they ever gave me, like, a direction to the Tower of Babel. But based on the fact that there's very few paths to take, I get the feeling that I don't need directions. Considering Cid is away with the airship, so I don't need to worry about flying anywhere. Or getting lost on that basis. Dark Imps, okay. And a tortoise. Welcome back. You didn't miss much, we're just walking along trying to find the tower that we're looking for. It's almost certainly in the singular direction that I can go, so it's not like it'll be complicated to find. Oh no, multiple directions to go now. Nope, can't go that way. May surprise you in that I also cannot go that way. It's almost like I have to go this way. What a concept. No. Armadillo now. That's still probably not going to be a problem. It continues to boggle my mind how much easier this is overall so far compared to the prior 3 games. Like, I've not had to grind, I've not had to really put in a lot of work, we're just going forward and succeeding. It's wild how things change as they go along. Oh, I suppose some of that may in fact be the benefit of them taking away player agency to a certain degree. Because it prevented me from making poor choices. Is for the sake of curiosity. Because if you think about it, to a certain degree, the issues of the previous 3 games were my fault. Yep, there goes everything exploding. They're doing a great job of distracting the tower. It's like, I absolutely picked an inefficient party for 3, for example. That doesn't mean that the issues of 3 are necessarily fully excused anyway. But I have to acknowledge that that's a factor. Because if we once again think about it overall, 2 was also arguably the easiest of those 3 for me. Is that again is a case of I wasn't allowed to make terrible decisions as much. Since that one too, you're kind of railroaded in your party composition. Though you can obviously mess with it a bit by leveling different things for different people. Yep, we blinded that dog. Not that it's gonna matter, though they are highly resistant to us. They're not really much of a thing. An argument could have been made for healing before I came in here. Like, just use a tent before I walked in or anything. But we weren't that bad off till now. Now things have suddenly taken a turn. Because these flame dogs really hurt. I don't know why this one's still alive. When the other one died so quickly. There we go. Good thing I could just buy all the Cure 2s in the galaxy before doing this. Willing to place bets that I'm going to end up using basically all of those before we get out of here. Yep. Is it? How much do I bet, like, everything in here is resistant to fire, considering this is where we're going to be facing Rubicon? Yep, see, Cain is almost stone. We might want to do something about that, but at the same time, if they're busy turning Cain to stone, it's not really that big an issue. Because he can still act until he gets fully turned to stone, so it's not a major concern. Just like, I might want to do something about that. I was just generally wandering around the internet last night, by the way, and happened across somebody posting clips of a challenge run they did where they only used Cecil. Everyone else was just always dead. And if that doesn't tell you how much more reasonable this game could arguably be, that you could actually get away with only using 1 character out of 5, I don't know. By the same token, I'm sure people probably have done single character runs of the earlier games too, because people are just that out of control with their life choices. But hey, if that works for them, that works for them. More ice arrows. It's almost like they're trying to tell me something. So we got evil dolls and the Marion once again. Which I think, wasn't it the Marion before? Yeah. Considering how quickly that died, I'm pretty sure it was always a Marion. They just have stronger dolls this time, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe those are the same as they were before. Is they are also dying very rapidly. But if we're about to go deal with the strongest of the fiends... that does mean we are presumably almost out of fiends. Okay, yeah, so the Silver Sword's our best non-fire weapon, other than the Dwarf Axe. You know, let's try the axe, since we have one. Since there are fire things in here, it may be in our best interest to consider that. But we'll test it with Cecil, see how it goes. So I wouldn't figure that he would heal from our attacks with fire weapons, but I feel like we would be at a massive debuff in terms of dealing damage to him. Now you throw that axe, huh? Cecil also did way more damage to these fire dogs than he was doing before, so there's definitely resistances in play, unlike what I was theorizing last week. His things were dying so easily, even when they theoretically would have been resistant to it before, that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if this matters. But it's seeming safer to think that it matters now. We do have some ethers, so I should have you just wiggle your fingers at them and obliterate them with ice. Yeah, see, that does almost 300 just with Ice 1. I probably should have used a higher spell, but I wanted to do a damage test first. Now that we're down to one Flame Dog, it probably doesn't matter. Especially with Cecil doing decent damage. I am worried about the 11 attack downgrade Kain would be taking to switch to the Wind Spear, but I feel like with him doing a whole 76 to the Flame Dogs, it's probably worth the change. I guess this is one of those cases of what you pick up is a bit of a trap. Because we were able to buy all that fire gear, like, right before this. But clearly you don't want fire gear for the fire dungeon, essentially. Just doesn't make sense. Bandana. That's presumably for Yang. Yeah, that'll do. 32 defense is better. Did I heal Rydia? I don't think I did. Flame Man and Flame Dog. I certainly did not heal Rydia. But Ice 2 will probably do some work here. Yeah, that did pretty good. That did pretty good as it turns out. Oh man, these Flame Dogs have a lot of health. And I have to assume the Flame Men also have some health as well. This seems like where things suddenly take a swing for being a lot more durable compared to what we've been dealing with up to this point. Which they did say monsters down here in the underground are a lot stronger, so it's to be expected. The downside for them is they're not smarter, they're just stronger. So they just kind of sit here and do basic attacks and don't actually use their dangerous moves. So they do over 200 damage just with melee attacks to Cecil, so these flame men are nothing to sneeze at. So who knows, maybe our strange above-ground diseases would wipe them out quicker than our attacks could. You know, I'm not advocating for biological warfare, but I'm saying, you know, if the evil side's already doing wild enough things, sometimes you don't have to be the bigger man. Especially when the fate of the world's at stake. Lots of doors here. Door number 1 has monsters. Laser. Now the thing is... Okay, we're still not doing more damage to these, per se. At least not with Cain. Thankfully, they're dividing up their petrification attacks, so they're being silly. So that one lizard in particular got like 4 turns, I would like to point out, which is a little weird. And now he's dead. We have defeated the problem child. Just checking on a thing while we just keep attacking. Yep, Rydia has been petrified. That's upsetting. So apparently still has a turn, so I guess she's not fully petrified yet, even though her sprite has turned completely gray. So that's something. Very strange. Yep, and I figured the box itself had monsters. Alert. It's a robot. Okay, it summoned the Stone Man. Identifying object. Now, does it alert every time it gets hit? No, now it beams. Ow. Now, I wonder if I could have avoided it going on alert if I could have, like, killed it in one hit somehow. It does seem like it counterattacks. Eventually. Let's just do a lightning just for it. It being mechanical, I would assume lightning will be good for it. No, it actually very much resists lightning. Noted. Oh, back to just hitting it until it falls apart then. It keeps popping up beam and then not actually doing anything. Huh. Well, we take those. Anyway, now to just chip away... I looked away for a second, glanced back and saw over 1,000 damage. What just happened? Well, there's a Blizzard Spear. That's gonna be very good for Cain. That solves the Fire Spear problem. Oh yeah, that's 91. That's better. Yeah, because I looked over to check a message while this was transpiring, and then suddenly nuclear launch detected. This could be really bad. Well, no, they're being stupid, so maybe this is okay. Cain, I'll have you handle swapping the party around. And this is why I question the validity of bothering with the positioning at all, though. Is we swapped and they still immediately clobbered Rydia. I wonder if Petrify is more just like a slow in this game. It does seem like as they're getting petrified, their turns do come up slower. And yeah, I'm not particularly concerned about using Cecil's MP because he's probably going to be spending most of any important fights attacking and occasionally whipping out a heal if we need a double heal. His Rosa should be the one prioritizing healing since her attacks are less effective than Cecil's. Just from a purely practical angle. Outside of, like, blinding the opponent with those darkness arrows. I'm gonna assume this door is progress. Yeah, maybe. Cat Claw, that'll be better for Yang. Charm is fun to have. The attack remains the same. Okay. If I swap those, his attack goes up by 1. If it's only a difference of 1 damage, I'd rather have the charm than the poison. Damage over time is nice, but taking an enemy off their side and onto mine temporarily seems like it would be stronger than the 1 damage would be. That's obviously assuming the unlikely event of it actually working happens. Oh yeah, that makes these things go a lot faster now when Kain can do 1,000 damage with a basic attack to them. There we go. That's why I was dividing my damage up, as I figured the Ice 2 would have cleaned house pretty well, and it did. I just gotta be careful not to use up all of Rydia's MP. Monsters? Monsters. It's alert again. Oh no. He's gonna go beep boop and summon a golem that will just get crushed again, I guess. Oh no, they summoned a chimera this time. Identifying object. Let's get rid of alert quickly, just to make sure that it doesn't, like, summon more things. It didn't last time, but that doesn't mean it's not going to now. It also takes a lot of hits. Probably, no, Cure 2 across the group did actually do about only what I needed. So I did make the right choice. I was gonna say, I probably should have just used Cure 1. Forgetting once again that it divides evenly, which is not great. There we go. It's interesting that the Chimera's... There we go. I was gonna say, the Chimera's just been kind of chilling there. We killed the thing that summoned it, and it just sat there and went, huh? What happened? There we go. That didn't take long. Now we have the Ice Brand, which, you know, that's probably a replacement for the axe immediately. Though it is fun throwing axes at things. That is still a very strong replacement with an 11 damage increase. Not to mention being ice, which is presumed to be the weakness of a lot of things in here. Just do your puppet show somewhere else, buddy. I'm not here for it. Oh, and he immediately got paralyzed. Rydia really is getting lucky with the paralysis chance on that whip. But if he's already paralyzed, we may as well destroy the dolls first then, and then deal with Marion. Oh, and for anybody that didn't see it on Blue Sky, there is a model upgrade in the works. I showed off the work in progress for that last night. It's nothing big. It's just a definition upgrade, basically, for the current one you see. All of the others will follow suit afterwards. Like, all the main designs will get their upgrades first, and then it'll filter down as they're needed, basically. More than likely. That's all because I'm getting more confident and comfortable using larger canvases again, so it's just a matter of making larger versions of everything. Which I technically could just do the export trick, like, just make it larger and then fill in the space, but I'd rather do full redraws for them. Because that will benefit from my continuing improvement more. Egg. Break the egg. Kick its ass. It just hatched into a lizard. Okay. Not really sure what the point of that was. I'm assuming it can hatch into a random thing, probably. And I'm betting there's a chance where it'll hatch into something really awful. Knowing these games. Just happened to not this time. Just a cure 2 for walking down this side, okay. Probably wasn't worth it, but you never know, I might need that one cure 2 in the future. I probably don't need to be ice 2ing anymore, but I may as well because it'll be faster. Because we're already gonna have to restore Rydia's MP anyway. And presuming that this game continues the trend that it's been doing of giving you a save point before whatever the most important fight is in the area, we'll be able to just use a cabin or a tent to restore everything anyway. We also have ethers to cover if that eventuality doesn't happen. Another in the long line of reasons why this is easier than its predecessors. Now, there's a door on the other side there, too, so if this is progress, I'm gonna have to go all the way back around. Well, piss. Hang on. Slow ride. Walking all the way back. Going so far. Going so fast. I know that's not the song, but that's what it is now. Arguably, these lizards are the most dangerous thing in here just because of the petrify. And the fact that they just start getting like a ton of turns for some reason sometimes. They also do okay damage. Like, they're definitely not the highest damage things in here, but if they manage to, like, just stack enough Petrify around the group, they probably could ruin my whole day. They just thankfully don't quite manage it, so it's not really an issue. Imagine if Petrify carried over from fight to fight as well. If that carried over, man, that'd be a resource drain and a half right there. It's also interesting that Rose's Petrify sprite is brighter than everybody else's. Notice how everybody gets like dark gray stone for theirs, and Rose's is like marble white almost. Oh, Medusa arrows. Interesting. Like, it's just interesting that her stone sprite isn't the same color as everybody else's. Because you would think that it would be, because it would actually differentiate it from her cloak and boots more. Like, that's what messes with me about that, is it actually makes it differentiate less rather than more. So it's like, huh, I wonder why they did that then. 399 hit points, 399 hit points. Jokes people probably aren't gonna get anymore. Oh, too late. I did it anyway. It's gonna be a weird day today, by the way. I'm just gonna warn you about that one now. The brain is definitely going on adventures today. It's also been like a weirdly slow day as far as time goes, and I don't know why. Like, it definitely felt like it took a very long time for the, like, 3 or so hours. The past 3 or so hours, rather, to pass. Like, obviously, that was not the entire day, but that was when I started noticing it. This is one of those things, you wake up, you start going through your routine, you hit a break point in your routine where you're not doing as much. You look at the time and go, shouldn't more time have passed than that? And then once you notice it, it all starts becoming a problem. Okay, so we did get a new bow for Rosa. Presumably it is better than the Great Bow. It's 5 more damage. How many other arrows do I have? We do have 50 ice arrows. When I think we're going to be going up against Rubicant, I'll probably give Rosa the ice arrows so every shot she does take matters more then. That's probably a good idea. What we've been dealing with so far, I don't think there's any reason to bother switching her arrows for it. Because we're kind of just trouncing everything in here pretty fine now. Like, do they get to fight back and cause problems? Yeah. But that's not worth swapping arrows and expending a limited resource for. Oh, there's the save point. Right after I healed, because of course it was. Ah, well. This also means this place is shorter than I thought, or there's gonna be multiple save points and multiple bosses in here. Nap time. I really should save after resting, but we've not really had to worry about that. That's so far. So let's be real here. Now that I've said that, I'm going to go ahead and do said save afterwards to prevent it coming back to bite me. And we're going to go ahead and make the arrow switch because presumably we're about to go fight Rubicant. Or some kind of like mid-fight before Rubicant. Like with the triad that we dealt with before the Wind Fiend, just in the previous dungeon. It looks like we got some walking left ahead of us. So I guess that save point was a little early. That said, we can go ahead and clean out all of this and then go back and recharge at the save point. So it kind of works itself out anyway. What I could do is just go ham with magic and everything, just to speed through this part, since we were just going to use a tent to restore it all anyway in a minute. Wait, fellas, I guess the cat claws put things to sleep is he put it to sleep and charmed it, which seems pointless. But this is what happens when you have two independent chances rolling side by side. Sometimes they just redundantly happen. Okay, just a pair of chimeras, as opposed to the single chimera we found from the alert before. Which, these chimeras really aren't much of a thing, huh? No, they resist ice, I guess. Yeah, they definitely resist ice. Well then. That's probably why they're actually a special pull around here then, is because they are resistant to the thing that is good against everything else around here. Monsters, monsters. Alert, 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 alert. Evil detected, alert. Okay, you've summoned a Naga. Sure. I like that it keeps going boing until you do something else. I just like to imagine that it's just alerting until it gets whacked upside the eyeball there, and then it stops. Focus an Ice 2 on it, see if that does anything. His Thunder didn't do much. Oh, well that's convenient. We put the Naga to sleep and charmed it. So, Naga's not really a problem. Nope, it's just immune to magic. Okay, good for it. Technology does not care for your silly magic tricks. All it cares for is being bludgeoned heavily until it stops functioning. That was probably the funniest misclick of all time, though, me accidentally clicking the Naga and having it get immediately put to sleep. We'll give you the Ice Shield Cane. We'll find out who fares better, whether the Ice Shield's what you want against fire, or whether it's the Fire Shield you want against fire. The thing is, there's logic for both, if you think about it. The Ice Shield might be where you get your fire resistance from, or it comes from the Fire Shield. Because the Fire Shield could also be like ice protection. Is the heat of the fire protects you from the ice. But I'm pretty confident the fire gear protects you against fire. But I'm just acknowledging that that other reality does exist. And one has to reason out that they gave you the Ice Shield for a reason in here. That reason might just be haha fuck you, though. You fool, you thought we were doing something nice for you. Turns out, this is how we kill you. Empty, huh? Yeah, no, it's just empty. It is, in fact, just empty in here. Okay. I was mashing around looking for hidden items in case they, like, left an invisible box on the floor there or something to mess with you. And reward people who actually checked. The answer is no. There was just nothing there. That was just your typical Final Fantasy middle finger room. Because every single one of them has to have at least one of those. But see, there it is again, where Rose's Petrify Sprite is just way brighter than everybody else's. Remains confusing to me. And I wonder if anybody else's is that shade of gray, or if everybody else's is the same. Monsters. Alert. Tee-hee. I was in the box all along. Hee-hee-hee. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Okay, you summoned a flame dog this time. It's not really a big deal. Speaking of not really a big deal, Cecil, that heal was, not your finest work. Probably should have just had him attacking. There we go. Down goes the alert. This flame dog is not long for this world. There we go. Oh, nice. We have more people that can do the speed up now. Are you both wearing fire armor? No, you're wearing silver armor, so go ahead and put on the ice armor. Assuming that this does not give you a weakness to fire, which, upon reflection, let's just give you back the fire shield. Since these don't have any actual, like, defensive benefits, other than whatever their resistance impact is. Or they may have some hidden, like, block chance increases that we have no idea about, but that's not information I can work with because it's information I don't have. That was a decidedly inconvenient thing you've done there, Mr. Chimera. You will die for this. Which I wonder if that's also a factor in these not being as difficult. Is that the enemies don't reach for their strongest moves at all times. Which I swear was the case in at least, like, the first game. They would always just spam their strongest attacks. So, Game 4 also seemed to have that situation going too. I also went the wrong way. Well, I may as well just I've wasted my healing again and top up with the 10 then. It's one of those things, it's like, I'm here, I may as well. This does also mean that the path around the corner there is where I need to go, because we've already gone all the other doors. Now, there is one potential issue, and that is, I have not been counting how many arrows Rosa's used. I don't think she will have used 50, or even more than half of that so far, but it is a thing to think about. Now, admittedly, at the end of the day, it largely does not matter if she completely runs out of arrows, because, again, her primary function is going to be keeping everyone else alive and attacking. But it could be an issue. Yeah, she's used a whole 9 arrows. She's fine. It felt like we were over in that side section after I gave her the arrows longer than it actually was, so I got a little twitchy about that thought. Now, part of today going real slow might just be because of the general sluggishness I've been feeling of late. Which, I feel like I slept better last night than I have the last couple times we've talked. But there may be just, like, enough debt incurred on that one that it may still just be a problem. Till more work gets done on that idea. So I've definitely slipped out of line on that. So that is very much a work in progress to fix. But, you know, when aren't we working on fixing at least one problem, right? Right. Yeah, attacked from behind by a bunch of tofu and a chimera. We'll get a turn eventually. Okay, the killer tofu is actually decently strong. I'm also just gonna, like, leave. 'Cause I have no reason to deal with that. I may have forgotten until that moment that I could just run without it being anybody's turn. Hey, I got reimbursed for all of the money I dropped and then some. And this definitely balances out the situation, getting to strike first in this fight. Unlike that forest where we just kept getting attacked from behind, attacked from behind, attacked from behind. You know, looking at the Flame Man sprite again, I'm realizing I think it's just a guy with, like, a headband or something. And that's just hair at the top. At first I thought it was like a full face helmet, but I think it might just be like a dude's face. I'm assuming that middle bit with the staircase is probably where I want to go, so we're gonna go all the way across first. Because that middle staircase just feels important. And my instinct for such things is, like, what did we decide it was? Like 65%? 70% accurate? Something like that? It's usually right. Sometimes it goes horribly wrong. There's a chest over there. Any chests up there? There's a door. Chest first, then door, then staircase door, then. This is when we find out that that save point was more like a midway checkpoint instead of, hey, there's about to be a boss checkpoint. Though thinking about it, wasn't the save point before the trio fight in the last dungeon? And then there wasn't another save point, so maybe that is just a thing that they're doing at this point. Where it's not, like, exactly before the boss. Which isn't really a problem. Door 2. Now, this might actually be the way forward. Stone Man and Medusa. Well, we already established that Stone Man's not really that big a deal. So Medusa goes and gets destroyed first, then. The Medusa's a lot more focused as to who it's petrifying than the lizards were, though, that's for sure. Huh. Well, guess that problem's gone. Okay, Yang just does a lot of damage to stone men, I guess. Yeah, because there's another door right there. Okay, yeah, then it's safe to say that that staircase door is actually not progress, which means my sense was wrong this time. Which, with how much of a point I made about it, I kind of had a feeling it was going to turn out wrong. Because that's always the way it goes, isn't it? Is you say something like that, and then immediately it will turn against you. Oh, I may as well mention this while it's on my mind as well, because it was just discussed earlier today. I was invited to do a thing on Saturday, so we are not going to be doing a game clearing thing this Saturday. There will be another later on stream this Saturday instead. I won't be going into detail about what the thing is yet. Guess I need to go up to go get a key and then come back down and open that then. Okay. So I guess my instinct was correct to avoid that door. Because it is important, just... God damn it. When the other path was going so far, I really started getting twitchy, and I shouldn't have, apparently. Paralyzed. Back to the art thing, though. Now that I'm going to start working on larger canvas sizes and adding more detail, I'm not sure yet how that's going to impact commissions. I've not decided yet whether that's going to mean a price increase or not, since it's not taking that much more time to work with the larger sizes at the moment. There's going to be a process to the decision there, I think. Though, obviously, that depends very heavily on me actually receiving any commissions to need to worry about decisions like that anyway. So... I suppose that, too, is a factor. And there is still ongoing work towards the Drac Attack show that's being thought through. I don't remember if I mentioned the other day that I started working on the overlay for that or not. But hey, what do you know? The overlay is in progress for that. It's not ready to be shown yet, because it's not even more than, like, I would say half done. Because the main thing it needs is I need to make a logo for it. And I have not decided what I want that logo to look like yet. It does, however, go into that same problem I keep running into of I need to work with text. Which, in the particular case of a logo, it probably will have to be, like, fully hand-drawn text. Oh, not literally fully hand-drawn, but you get the point. Like, I will have to make the lettering myself. So I could probably base it on a font. It would just need to be more than that. I feel like I missed a turn, but it's fine. This looks important. Oh, suddenly alert bot just out in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Another. Okay, just summon the Stone Man again. Yang, just punch the Stone Man, please. I'm now curious to see if I get rid of the Stone Man, will it actually summon something else? Since that's something Yang can just conveniently one-shot, I'm willing to test. Yep, it will just summon another one. Does that mean I can just get infinite experience? Like, if I just keep killing the stone men, do I just keep getting more experience? Like, obviously I'm not gonna do that because I don't have the time or patience for that. Well, technically I have the time, I just don't have the patience. Didn't seem like it. Yep, we got a dude up ahead. Okay, Rydia's missing a full 9 mana points. Everybody else is at full everything. Master Rubicant, please be careful. Heplin has fallen, so the threat is gone. You'll take care of this place while I'm gone. Well, that's convenient. I assume you were responsible for the dolls then, since the music's back. Golbez and Rubicant both are gone. Now I'm the leader here. Weird guy. Hush. Who was there? Whoops. Cecil. Won't you call for help, Doctor? Don't take me lightly or you'll get burned. Don't make me laugh. Now face my beloved child, Balnab. Is he like a rat man? Because he kind of looks like he's got a rat face going on there. And a tail. I mean, obviously we get him first, right? I mean, that just makes sense. Or is he immune until his creation's gone? Ouch, not me! Apparently his creation wants to beat him up too. Beat him up. Okay, no, he is hittable. Alright, why don't we just, like, trash the doctor then and not need to worry about this situation. Like, I'm noticing a fatal flaw in his plan here. Where we just beat him up and his creation just kind of is here. It seems like he's got a good amount of hit points for being just a weird mad scientist. You know what, how about we give something bigger a try? Indra, why not? I must oil him. Yeah, sure, heal him up. We didn't even do anything to him, but you know, go ahead and use heal on him. Yeah, that worked decently. And now the doctor's dead. Not gonna lie, the music here's kind of fitting because this just feels like a clown show here. This is very underwhelming, which I think is the point. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like mildly underwhelming. Oi, 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 oi. Oh. Well, that works. It got Kane killed, but, you know. I'll show you my real strength. Nice. Now, the real fight. I assume he's gonna transform into something awful, probably. Watch. I'm watching. Okay, you're that now. Gonna be real with you, don't know if that was as impressive as you thought it would be. Oh, and I can't mass heal. That's a problem. Start healing everybody as quick as I can, then. So, you know, I guess good old Dr. Lugay here's a robot. In hindsight, I probably should have healed Kane first. Considering, you know, he was the one with the lowest hit points, so it didn't seem like it was mattering much. Laser. Well, Kane's dead again. That would have done all of Kane's hit points, so, you know, I think it didn't matter. There you go, just pop him right back up to his feet. Everybody isn't poisoned anymore. What? Why did he healed us after we just got done healing us? Okay. His choices are confusing. Damn it. Oh no. I guess Beam... Oh wait, yeah, Beam and Laser are different. Laser was the one that killed him. The ads are about to kick in or have kicked in though, so I'm going to... Well, this fight's not really been remarkable, so I don't know if there's a reason to stop for it. I also just realized I did a bad order of operations there. Because, yeah, that heal's not going to hit Kane, because he, you know, obviously went up in the air. Eh. No, gas worked this time. That appears to be sleep. Oh, now it's just working all the time, I guess. Oh, wow, Kane lived through that somehow. Okay. Do us a favor then, Kane. Bring Rydia back. Thanks for curing the sleep? I don't know what the hell he's doing. I'm not sure he knows what he's doing. Okay, back from the dead just to go to sleep. That's fine. Like, his attack pattern is just nonsense. Which I think is the point. I think he's meant to be just, like, weird and chaotic in how he's acting. Because, you know, he's a mad scientist. He's not necessarily expected to make sense. There he goes. We'll wait on this screen till the ads are done, though, so people don't miss the plot that's gonna unfold after this. Just enjoy the victory fanfare for a moment while I get up and do a thing. Okay, should be just about back from ads now. For those who were stuck in ads, we did finish the fight. We have the tower key now, which I presumably used back at that door we were at before. The Dr. Loge fight really was not much of a thing, which is why I didn't pause for the ads on that one. He just kept debuffing us and then curing the debuffs for some reason. And he just kind of stood there and died for the most part. Kain is still nearly dead, but it's a thing. Ha! This Tower of Babel connects the ground and underground. And Rubicant has already moved all the crystals to the upper world. And I shall annihilate the dwarves with my super cannon. Except he exploded. The dwarves are in danger. We must stop the super cannon. We must destroy it. Presumably that's what the key's for, is getting to the super cannon to destroy it. Let's quickly, you know, make Kain not nearly dead anymore. For some reason, every time I fixed him up, for those wondering why he's nearly dead, he just got hit with laser again and died instantly. Rydia also got lasered. That's about all that happened in that fight. People exploded. They promptly got put back on their feet. The fight continued. The fight ended. That's basically all that happened there. That was still the closest to being threatened we've been so far. Okay, you summoned a flame dog. That's fine. It is kind of funny that they set it up so it seems like you'll fight Rubicant here, and then you fight Dr. Loge, though. It's like, surprise! You're actually fighting this chump instead. Good luck. Meaning all that fire protection was pointless. At least at the moment. Obviously, we will be fighting Rubicant at some point. Possibly even behind that door. Wouldn't that be a thing? Wait. Did I go through this door? This is how I got here. So did I just never acknowledge this door over here then? Oh, there was another... Why was there 2 save points here? What? I mean, I'm not gonna argue with it, but like, what? What a strange, strange decision this is. It's like 1 floor down and like 2 rooms over, there's another save point. Also, for anybody who may be looking at the goal and going, what the hell happened? We did experience a bit of a drop because of, presumably, the timing from when the last set of gifted subs happened. So what I'll do is I will adjust the goal accordingly tonight, so that it remains the same amount you need, out of a matter of fairness. Because that was why the goal was set so high, was because of accounting for the subs that already existed. Oh, actually, I suppose I could actually just fix it right now. Just ignore the fact that it's going to say the goal ended. I'm changing it. I know I'm getting hit while I'm fixing this, it's fine. There you go. Because you were only like 10 subs away, so I'll just put it back to 20. So I want to say that the closest it ever was, it was 10. If I've given you a discount on how many you needed, that's also fine. This way it remains achievable within the same bounds. And y'all don't end up getting overcharged just to achieve the result. We're just gonna run from this since it's a back attack and I just don't feel like dealing with it. That is assuming this lot ever actually runs away. There you go. Didn't even drop money, which is good. I guess that save point is so that you don't have to walk past here and then come back if you wanted to save. Which is mildly surprising that they didn't just make you do that, considering the way they tend to do these things. I don't know what it is with the dashboard and things just getting stuck, by the way. Because for some reason, you ended your goal and you updated the goal thing both got stuck on the screen, so I had to refresh the dashboard or to get rid of them. Use tower key. Opened. Goodbye, dwarves. Your fun is over. You, how did you get here? Get them! Really just a bunch of imps, huh? Okay. This will be over in like 3 attacks then. Now the annoying thing about refreshing the dashboard, by the way, is I do lose the entire chat log. Thankfully, it's still over there in Firebot if I have a reason to check the chat log. But it's just like, god damn it. How about this? Oh, you broke the controls. No one can stop the super cannon anymore. Oh, what? Yang, what are you doing? I'll take care of this. Go on, escape. No, don't. Explode. Go. He just punches us out of the room. Yang. Tell my wife to live for me. Open up, Yang. Yang, please don't do this. It was a good trip with you all. Yang, open the door. Ah! Well, as you know, that's how you solve a machine that the controls have been destroyed for, is you just destroy the machine more. Yang! I can't continue the text until the jingle's gone. Well, so Yang's dead. Can I go in the room? Nope, he broke the door. Okay. Well, he did the heroic thing, which... And this is gonna sound bad, but frequently the heroic thing is also the stupid thing. Is I just can't help but think, like, you know, we have all these magic users in this party. Why not destroy the machine from a safer distance by just, like, throwing a lightning bolt at it or something, instead of Yang throwing everyone out of the room and then blowing himself up? This is another in the long line of things that just ruin the impact of moments like this for me, because I'm just like, why are you doing this? Why are you going about this the most boneheaded way possible when there are clearly other better solutions right there in front of you? And before anybody's like, well, the machine must have been, like, magic protected or something, then how did a handful of imps destroy the controls so easily? Like, there's just a lot of problems here in my brain, and I just don't like it. Like, if they absolutely needed to have Yang do a heroic sacrifice moment, I feel like there were a lot of other ways that would have made a lot more sense for him to have gone about that. Like, have him die taking down Dr. Luggay or something. Like, there's a lot of options there that didn't involve him just deciding the only solution to this machine gone haywire was to karate kick it and blow up. And like, maybe part of the thing is I just don't have any strong attachment to Yang to begin with. That makes that moment also hit less. But see, the problem this game has for getting attached to anybody, really, is we've only been around each of these characters for maybe a couple hours at a time. At most. Like, about the only ones you really would have any attachment to because of how long you've had them around would be like Cecil and Rydia, maybe. I can't even say that you'd have strong attachment to Cain because he's been just kind of in and out. Rosa as well has only been actually in party for only so long. I don't know. Maybe people get attached to characters faster than I do. Answer, probably they do. In fact, I know for a fact they do, considering all those times where somebody will see a character for the first time and the immediate meme of, I've only known this thing for a few minutes, but I will kill everyone in this room and then myself if anything were to happen to them. Has a tendency to come up. Which, admittedly, you know, at the end of the day, I'm also not one to become emotionally attached to that many things to begin with, so I'm probably just, like, the wrong person to talk to about that concept to begin with. But it just always hits my brain the wrong way. I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I understand from a plot device standpoint, the idea of the noble sacrifice and everything, but so many of the noble sacrifices are just kind of stupid. Also, speaking of stupid, why am I walking out of here? The answer is because I can't teleport out. Never mind. It is no longer because I'm stupid, it's because this game doesn't let me do that. Because I presume something's going to happen. Which, you know, a thought occurs to me. What if I'm not meant to be leaving? Because my first instinct was to walk out of here to go see what happened to the dwarves. What if I'm meant to actually go back up to the top and Rubicant appears up there now? Because that is a 50-50. I'm more inclined to the idea that I'm supposed to be leaving. And I was already basically out when that idea hit, so we may as well check this first. Yep, there we go. You have amused me a lot. Golbez, this is all for play, kids. Farewell. Gonna drop the bridge. Yep. You might want to start running rather than staring at it till it was really close. Also, turns out the rest of the bridge was gone anyway. But how did we... Just in time. Cid. Where's Yang? He... to destroy the super cannon. I see. Poor Yang. There's this girl. Rydia, the Caller of Mist. Ah, shucks, they're coming. Yeah, the red wings are on our tail. Can we shake them off? Looks like they've modified the red wings. Why are they weaving as they chase us, though? Are they drunk? Or are they trying to dodge any kind of fire we'd give them? He's catching up. Give it your best, Enterprise. You know, if they were flying straight after us, they probably would have caught us by now. The engine can't last much longer. Cecil, take the control. Cid, what are you doing? Get out of the underground. I'll close the hole with this bomb. Well, time for another noble sacrifice. Oh, Cid. I wanted to see your children, Rosa, Cecil. I guess I'll have to stay here for a while. Go to Baron and get my workers to help you. Cid, come on. Be good, Rydia. Hurry to Baron. Golbez, I'll show you the great fireworks of Cid, the master engineer. Goodbye. Here's the thing, though. Depending on how that bomb worked, why did he jump off with it? Why didn't he just drop the bomb over the side? Cid, why? It's too dangerous. We'll head toward Baron. Like, the classic hero speech at this point would be Golbez has a lot to answer for. But let's be real here. I feel like our own inability to solve problems also has a lot to answer for. Speaking of, this wasn't here before. So, this also is kind of a flaw in the whole I'm gonna close this door scenario. Because, there's just this big old hole over here leading to the underground with a tower sticking up through it. Cid obviously didn't know about it, so there's that, but there's so many holes in these plans, man. I can't deal with this. Let's see, there's that town. Baron's over this way. So there's Mist. This is Baron. Oh, and then the exciting music just stops. Okay. Let's stop off in Baron Town first. See if anything's changed here. Nope, you're still talking about avenging the king. We didn't actually go to the land of summoned monsters, so there's no point in visiting the king down in the basement. Nope, all this is still the same, so this is useless to me. We can stop off in the item shop, but presumably that's only gonna have QR1s and junk like that, but we may as well look, just in case. Nope, this shop definitely has not updated. Well, we'll grab a handful of QR1s anyway. Get a few more lives to make up for the ones I used. My bag is probably actually full, huh? Yeah, you know, it's a little full in here. There we go. One good sort fixes that, though. Because remember, everything you buy ends up stacking incorrectly until you sort it, so... That'll double the amount of heals we're carrying, so that should be good. I probably should actually clean out this inventory a bit, though, because we do have a lot of stuff. Cid's death is also another perfect example of what I was literally just talking about, though. Now, admittedly, he was talking it up like he wasn't gonna die. And he might not have died. There's a reality where Cid is still alive. But the simple fact of the matter is, I question whether he needed to jump off the Enterprise with the bomb to begin with. Like, that's the main thing I'm stuck on right now, is just, I'm pretty confident he didn't need to do that in the first place. Like, that to me just speaks out as another case of, this is my heroic moment, rather than this makes sense to do at that time. Which, by all means, if you're just trying to make sure people get their big heroic moment in the spotlight, then sure. But it just feels so wasteful. Like, you're just throwing characters away left and right. I presume to add stakes to your plot? Even though we already had, you know, large portions of populations being put in danger, cities getting bombed, and all kinds of things like that to make the stakes pretty clear of what the situation was, because of Golbez continuing to be Golbez. But I guess it helps make the stakes a bit more personal to the characters as well, when they see the people around them dying. Now, the engineers were over here on the right, I do believe. As we go up here to go down here to go talk to these two blue chuckleheads over here. Cecil, boss ordered us to attach this hook to the Enterprise. No, it won't take long. A hook? It's kind of funny that we're getting a hook added to it now when I was talking about that for the hovercraft before. Or last week. I assume adding the controls when they go up to the wheel. Apparently, that one just needs a lot of help figuring out what they're doing. Now you can hook and carry that hovercraft. Ta-da! It's almost like I was asking for something that was going to happen anyway. The hooker let go of the hovercraft, press A over the craft. Now you can go to the Cave of Ebla and by the Tower of Babel. Bring the hovercraft to the shore and detach it there, then use it to get to the cave. That is presumably the cave I'd looked at before. Cid is... I can tell you're having trouble handling him, but I won't blame you. Well, good luck. We did have trouble handling him, yeah. And the explosives he was holding. Yeah, here's the thing, though. At no point have we been told what the significance of the Cave of Eblan is. We're just assuming that we need the Cave of Eblan for whatever reason. Which I would have reached this assumption regardless, because of the simple fact of the matter being, we have nowhere else to go. Okay, you can skip a spot where a stone isn't. That was the thing that was bugging me when we flew over this and looked at it before. Because it just didn't make sense how we'd be able to get the hovercraft to get there, which is why I discounted that idea after a while. Grotto Adamant. My dad found a funny ore. You know it? He collects tails. What? I don't want to talk to you unless you have a tail for me. You know, I don't have a tail for you. Who do I? No, all I have is a carrot. And I don't think you want a carrot. Alright. This is not the place I needed to go, I guess. I thought this was the cave in question. They did say it was near the Tower of Babel, admittedly. Which I presume is why the tower is sticking up into the surface, is so that the player can find it. To then use it as the landmark for getting to Eblan. And they did say that it connects the surface and the underground. Which is, I assume, relevant to their evil plans in some way. Did we ever check what this island was? I feel like I've been here before, but I just want to check. Yeah, this is Agart. This is where we got into the underground in the first place. Is that mountain that is now just a mountain had a big fucking hole in it, for those who didn't see that last week. That's the hole that Sid filled in. Oh, I see. The cave is right there. So we take it from here across. Okay. Now, which of the places that got blown up was this? Oh, right. This is Eblan Castle. Which I don't think we ever actually were at Eblan Castle, were we? I think that was somewhere that got destroyed off-screen completely. Cave Eblana. Giant bats. I didn't save when I walked in here because we saved right outside the other cave that nothing happened in. It would just be a minute or two of flying to get back here. It's not really a big deal if anything goes wrong. These bats, however, are going to be really annoying with this whole drinking my life thing that they're doing. Now you got a jackpot and killed that thing. We did lose a lot of our power by having Yin Yang die. Both because that means we're back down to 4 party members, and he was also the one doing, like, the highest physical damage the party was doing. Shuriken. Huh. That might be important later. I'm sure that means absolutely nothing. Which I wonder if I should actually go check the Castle of Eblan before I go too deep in here, actually. There might be things for us to go grab in the castle. Like, we were obviously told to go to the cave. There's a ruined castle that might have goodies in it, you know, right there. It would make nothing but sense to loot it, right? That's what heroes do. We loot things. Things for the greater good. But admittedly, you know, I'm down here looting this cave, too, so I could just stay here. But upon reflection, I think I might be better served going to the castle first and seeing what's going on there. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever's going to happen in that cave probably is going to mean that I miss out on whatever's in the castle. Well, because things are going to proceed quick enough that I'm not going to be able to do anything about that. There may also be just nothing here. But better safe than sorry. Yeah, see, there is loot here. Just gotta get to it. Your 2. There's access to this. Just an ether one. Which is still good. Don't get me wrong. I do want all the ethers I can get. It saves me time. Huh. How do I get that? No, it's not behind the pillar. Huh. Don't mind me, I'm just walking around poking everything now in case something is like a hidden switch or something along those lines. I say, thinking of that dancer we saw that did a very specific pattern of directions. So I can't move the pots. Nothing's interactable. Oh, wait. Aha! I just didn't press up against that wall hard enough. I knew it had to be around somewhere. Wait, but we didn't get that. Probably like a way to step down in that room. No? How do I get to the other one then? Is it the same trick again? No, because we'd pressed against all these walls already. And this is already proving somewhat worthwhile, don't get me wrong, but I'm just befuddled by this mystery box over here. It's like the logical answer is that it is in fact connected to down here somewhere. But none of this, like, sends me down or anything, so I don't know. No, I guess it's not on this floor. Unless it's connected to this room somehow. No, because that just immediately takes me back up. I suppose the all-important question is, do I even care? Like, I don't know what's in that box. I suppose I will worry about it later. Sure there's not like a hidden entrance there. It may also be that it's like a long path from the other tower or something that somehow leads there. Or some nonsense. Some items are just meant to be the one that gets away. That one on the right there looks pretty cleanly like we're gonna just come down to there from the room above. No, it's not that trick this time. Okay. There's a button over there, but I wanted to check. Because there's very blatantly a space over there. Cure 2, Ether 1. Cabin. 800 gold. Aha, there's a basement. With more things. Ether 1, Ether 1. Monsters! Hello, gentlemen. How are you? You're about to be very poor, I can tell you that. It's interesting that Rydia still has, like, way less hit points than everybody. Even Rose has gotten over 1,000 now. These things are tanky, huh? They're not strong, per se. They're just really tanky. Oh, no, that one hurt. I guess maybe their damage is somewhat random. Maybe ice will work better than fire. One of these things is bound to work. You know, in hindsight, we're using ice weapons, so the fact that we're doing decent damage should have been indicating that, yes, ice would work. Or not. Clearly, I don't know what I'm talking about. Which is not the first, nor will it be the last time that that's a problem. I'm assuming that's meant to be like hair on their arms, where it's all like cracked looking and everything. Not 100% sure there. Still, I was expecting more of a fight out of 3 mad ogres. So maybe they've just been in that box too long. They're all hungry and tired and weakened. Now, what's our reward? An elixir. Okay. That's somewhat worth it. I was half expecting this basement path to go to the left and take me to that other treasure. Okay, the basement leaves Eblan. Understood. That is not what I wanted right now. But I presume that that's how they escape Eblan, then. Presuming that someone has escaped the destruction here and gone to the cave, which is more than likely what they want me to go to the cave for, is whoever has escaped the devastation here. Oh, I can't actually go back up. Well, son of a bitch. Gotta go back out through the basement, then. That's 2 chests now that have evaded my grasp, then. How... That must be an ungettable chest, then, right? The one that's next to the hole that leads into the basement? Because you can't go back up. And going back up would have been the logical way to get that chest. Alright, this place has been looted to hell and back. Makes sense for a bombed-out castle to have been looted. But we're up an elixir and some other consumables from having gone in here, so it's not the worst. Yeah, there's obviously staircases there, so that's how you get to those 2 sets. King's room. I am the king now. I can't actually turn to face the camera while in the chair, but we all know what I was doing. Heal, cure 2. I can't say I'm surprised that this is all that's left of the castle treasury, but I was really hoping for something in here. Like anything notable, and all I got was consumables. It's interesting that you can't actually approach the throne any further than that. Like, I cannot walk to the right there. Yeah, all told, we got literally nothing but consumables, because the shuriken and the mute arrows came from the cave, didn't they? The mute arrows might have came from here, I don't remember. I've already forgotten where I got them from. Is they're that irrelevant. So, I would not be shocked if the 2 chests I couldn't get to because they're a pain in the ass to get to probably have the only things that are worth grabbing in here. But this proves out that there was nothing I needed to come in here for. Or at the moment. Take a quick tent rest. The fact that the game's giving me cabins is kind of weird, by the way. Because you'll notice that tent healed Cecil's half health just fine. So unless there's like a hidden buff to using cabins, I really don't know what the point there is. Would it be? Would it be? Skeletons. Yeah, they are blue skeletons, so I guess they're resistant to ice, perhaps? But then why would Cecil do so much more damage? What does Curse do again? I don't remember. I feel like we've seen that dancing skull before, because I'm pretty confident I laughed at that before. Well, we'll see if Curse carries over after combat, because it doesn't seem like it's going to really matter for this encounter. Seems like it's reducing his damage, because he did about half what he did before. So that's a concern. If Curse is just like a massive damage drop. Oh, you just know lightning too, even though you didn't hit anything with it. Okay. No idea what Psych does, but we have it now, I guess. Go down here into the water first. I cannot pass under the bridge, but there is a chest over there on the right that we can get. Skeletons in the waters. Perhaps they're pirate skeletons. No, they're probably just dead soldiers, considering the armor, but you know. Just because they're soldiers doesn't mean they can't also be pirates. And Kane's cursed again. This fight's gonna take longer than it needs to because I can't be bothered to throw magic at them. Because these things really aren't a threat, they're just a grand inconvenience. They do very little damage. Like, even when they do 97, that's very little in the grand scheme of 1,300 hit points. Okay, their lightning actually worked this time, and it did a whole 61. So, I feel like they're better off just attacking. At least their attacks worked consistently. What do I know, right? Scaling in these games remains a mystery to me. I feel like the enemies in the previous area, the Tower of Babel, were definitely more dangerous than these so far. These Ironbacks have no hit points, apparently. Okay. I continue to stand by my statement, then. I was fully ready to retract my statement when they just, like, ripped somebody in half, and instead they died in, like, a hit. So, you know. Silly me on that one. Looks like this all loops around to the same place. I'm just gonna verify, just in case. Nope. And the already not very dangerous enemy is now paralyzed. Joyous day. Yeah, see, that's the bridge I started to head down before, so yeah. Literally, the right-hand path where the treasure was just the better path. There was no reason to take the left-hand path other than it being slightly shorter. Which I guess if you come back in, the left-hand path is better. Is it shorter? But if you only come in once, which we probably will only have any reason to come in here properly once, we just go down the one side. Ah, I thought you were monsters. I guess this is where the remnants of Ablana went. Got a small child doing merchant things here. We'll go ahead and grab another 20 Cure 2s. Can I afford that many ethers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. No. No, I cannot. I have no real reason to use the inn other than supporting local businesses, which I do not care about here. We're the people of Eblan. We lost our place to live. This is our home now. Ah, weapons and armor. Let's see. Power Staff, Ice Brand, Blizzard Spear, Short Sword. You'll notice nobody here can use that. Boomerang, also nobody here can use that. Archer Bow, and Poison Arrows. The Power Staff can also only be used by Rosa, so it's meh. Go ahead and grab the black dress. I don't really see any reason to go out of my way to get new armor right now. Cecil's doing just fine. Like, new gear for Iridium makes sense because of the fact that she's still very fragile. And even with that, she's probably going to remain pretty fragile. I do wonder if it impacted her stats at all? With it being a black dress, it may be like a black mage robe instead of a black dress. I already forgot what those stats look like though. 34, 41. I'm curious. I'm doing a thing here, bear with me. Now 34, 41 still, so that had no impact on our magic stats. So it may in fact be just a black dress. It was also the only thing of any value to get here, apparently. This path leads to the Tower of Babel. That's where Rubicund has his headquarters. Now, Prince went to look around, but hasn't come back yet. What is with princes in this world and just going herring off on their own? Food is running short. We hid in here. I mean, I kind of gathered that already. Yeah, you have a lot of people in here for the size of this cave. Where do those monsters come from? Can't believe that we ninjas are defeated this easily. King and Queen were taken when the prince was gone. Of course. To rescue the king and queen, the prince is digging a hole into the Tower of Babel. But I haven't seen him lately. Prince will beat up those bad guys, right? Well, maybe. I protect my mom, she's pregnant. Yeah, good for you. This may be the end of the ninjas of Eblan. Honey, hold on. Our prince can do it. Can your prince do it? Maybe. Are we going to help him do it? Probably. Assuming we find him. It is a good idea of sorts to be digging this tunnel to the tower. Though, if they're already having monster problems, digging a tunnel to a place full of monsters sure is a choice. Especially when you think about the fact that they've connected that tunnel to their hideout, for one, and for two, they've connected that tunnel to the place where all of the women and children are holed up. Because that's not going to backfire on them at all. Well, if this goes awry. Now, admittedly, if they're hiding and are struggling against the monsters outside enough already, it's kind of hard to find a place to dig that would be better. But I can't help but think that that does definitely compromise the whole hiding aspect of things. Prince went alone. gonna go out on a limb and assume the prince clobbered him in order to go alone. Because, you know, the trend of today is heroic decision-making that is questionable intelligence. Yeah, I kind of figured fire would work against those. As mentioned before, they're not really a threat. I was just tired of dealing with them. Did that say float? You weren't the one that learned it, it's the other one. Yeah, that did say float, and I can cast that out of battle, so I'm assuming that's for dangerous floor tiles. Which, I get the sneaking feeling that it's gonna be a real good thing that we just happen to learn that right now. Considering, you know, we're heading for the lair of Rubicant, the Fiend of Fire. If anybody's surprised if there's a bunch of lava tiles in the area of the Fiend of Fire, I would like to offer you a bridge, because boy could I use the money from you making a poor decision like buying this bridge off of me that doesn't exist. We do have ads coming up fairly soon, just as a note. They're obviously not coming up immediately, but they're coming soon. On the note of money. Speaking of money, Cure 2! There are a lot of skeletons in this tunnel. Which, you know, considering the proliferation of monsters into this tunnel they dug, I can't help but feel that exactly the thing I was talking about is very likely to happen. Where the monsters just follow their tunnel to their hiding place and just rip their hopes and dreams asunder. Like, sure, you can assume that the guards around here are fighting the monsters and keeping them from getting through, but it's still a very dangerous intel leak that they've got going on right here. Stop the prince. He really just went to town on his own soldiers, huh? Like, either he went to town and trashed all of his own soldiers, or he's just been leaving them behind when they get taken down by the monsters. Neither of which are good. Oh, hi there. Not gonna lie, at a glance, it took me a minute to process what the hell this sprite was. Because she's leaning forward a lot more than I expected. You're just wasting MP. Okay. Anyway, moving right along. But especially since I started looking at that sprite from the left, I just saw the whole tail, which almost looked like a blob at first, and I'm like, what am I looking at here? What are we dealing with? Then I looked down, read the text saying Lamia, looked up again, then I could recognize the hair and everything. It's like, okay, now this is starting to make sense. This was all also just for a dead end. Okay, very good. Treasure. You're 3. Now we're talking. We're in combat right before ads, but this is also a combat I have no reason to take. It's just a bunch of bats. And it's an attack from behind. So how about we don't? How about we just goddamn leave? Ignoring the fact that running from these bats is probably going to be rather difficult because they fly and are probably very fast. probably would be a better idea at this point for me to have just turned around and had Rydia throw a lightning bolt at them. But I'm kind of committed to this idea now. There we go. I should probably... Well, let me grab the chest first, and then we'll talk to the guard, because I need to go that way anyway. Another shuriken. Funny that we're getting a bunch of shurikens when we're dealing with the ninjas of Eblan, and their prince has gone missing. Okay, these red skulls are just, like, dying immediately. Because I think they're the skeletons we saw before. The ads are kicking in, though, so once this fight's over, I'm gonna get up for a moment again, because, you know, that's what we do during ads. I have a suspicion that not as much is gonna get done in this update as got done in the previous ones because of just the energy level I've started this with, but obviously I'm gonna keep going as long as I can. But it's also been a fairly plot moment heavy one too, which does simultaneously move things along but also slow them down. So back in a moment. Part of me is debating turning on Seribots, like, ads are starting, ads are ending messages. If for nothing else, but to see which of the two ad timers is true. See if get a third opinion of which ad timer is correct. Because I've had people talk about coming back from ads at the time that the ad manager timer ends, but I've also had people talk about coming back from ads when the one above the chat ends. So that's just not useful information. It's not anybody's fault other than Twitch's fault, I would say. But it drives me crazy. The prince is going after Rubicant. I mean, it's convenient that our goals and the prince's goals happen to be aligning. We'll just save him on the way to go beat up Rubicant. Because we're just going to conveniently blame Rubicant for all the deaths that have happened recently. Like, it's Rubicant's fault that Sid's dead, it's Rubicant's fault that Yang's dead, despite the fact that both of those were their own decisions that were questionably thought through. We're gonna blame it on the evil team anyway. QR2, cabin, QR2, hidden wall goodies that are totally so hidden. I do wonder why all the hidden walls like that are marked. This is a base file and everything. I didn't do anything to this. Hey, a silver shield for free. Neat. Elixir, just 2 elixirs in these boxes? Okay. Sure, why not? Any day now somebody will get a turn. I assume we're just gonna take a hit from every skeleton before we get our turn. Now I need to sneeze. God damn it, body. Because I swear it waited for me to unmute after the ads. For it to be like, sneeze time now. Could we not? No, doing it. Okay. Because, you know, of course. Which, admittedly, there is the whole thing about supposedly when you're talking, you, like, jostle things loose, and that causes things like that to happen more, etc. Prince easily loses his temper. I can imagine. I don't know if you could call getting upset about your country being blown up and your parents taken as being easily be upset or any of that. Ooh. Shame that that's only a demo, but I'll take a look anyway. Happened to see an email that I'd gotten invited to do a thing for Lurkit. I'll just need to look into it before I decide whether I want to do anything with that information. It just caught my attention. But again, since it only says it's a demo, that one might be one of the ones I don't bother with, because usually the demos are just available anyway, so there's not really a strict benefit to either side in that scenario. Just figured to be a save point here. May as well tent, I guess. I got so many. There's also a whole passage over there. Prizes! Monsters! Monsters are prizes sometimes. Stallman. I don't know if it's supposed to be Staleman or Stallman. I feel like it would be Stallman. But Staleman also kind of does make some sense with them being stone. Oh, that's funny. The 76 damage whip attack being the straw that broke the Stallman's back was pretty good. Oh, they have sleep attacks, apparently. Huh. Shame for them the fight's over, so that was completely irrelevant. Drain Sword. That seems like something I want. That seems like something I want Cecil to have. Oh wow, that drops his attack a lot. But I'm assuming that's a lifesteal sword. And let me tell you, that seems nifty. Like, does that mean he's gonna do a lot less damage? Sure, he's doing about 2/3 of the attack he was doing before. But depending on what the return rate on the healing from it is, I think it'll be worth it. Because if he, for example, like heals for all of the damage he does, then that is disgustingly good. Just need him to eventually get an attack off. Yeah, see, he does actually heal for all the damage he does, so his sustainability has just gone through the roof. His only weakness now is the fact that he's slow. Yep, Rose is out of arrows. Oh, that is gonna be one flaw. Undead are definitely a problem for him now, as they heal from the damage he deals, and he takes damage from trying to do that. So that's a thing to keep in mind. The thing that makes that fine, though, is the fact that he has healing magic. So he can just heal the skeletons to death if it really comes down to it. This is taking way longer than it needs to on that note. Which, don't get me wrong, I did heal the skeleton we were all attacking for 1,000, so that's a little bit of a problem. So that's a major downside to the Drain Sword, and I think it does mean I'm not going to use it in here. I presume once we get out of the cave, we'll probably stop seeing those skeletons as much. Oh, hello. Hey, Rubicon, I was waiting for this day. Have I met you before? I am Eblan's Prince Edge. Eblan? What's that? Don't play the fool with me. Respectable damage. And he's holding his own to the fire pretty well, too, actually. I don't think using flame is a good idea there, bud. Yeah. Was it flame? I'll show you how. Glare. Yeah, so, hitting him with fire is a real bad idea, it looks like. Blast you! But indeed, you're strong, but still no match for me. Challenge me after you've become strong enough. Fireball away. Convenient that he didn't just, like, kill him. Wait. Damn it. You okay? How could I lose? We're also after Rubicant for his crystal. Why don't you stay out of this? He's one of the 4 fiends of elements. Haven't you tasted enough of his power? Think I'm just some spoiled prince, huh? The royal family of Eblin's trained as a ninja. I can take care of this myself, okay? Yeah, you're taking care of that floor real good right now, bud. Stop it. No more. I've had enough. Tella, Yang, and even Sid. We've lost them all. All. Hey, come on. Ready, Rubicant is the strongest of the 4 fiends, but we still have to recover the crystals. Can't keep this pretty girl crying. Why don't we work together on this? Considering the fact that he's wounded, he sure bluffs well. Rosa? Cure 2. Not even gonna use 3 on him, just like, nah, we'll just fix him enough. Thanks, girl, you're cute too. Right, men, let's go. Give me a break. Ninja Edge joined. You got a lot to learn, boy. You got a lot to learn, and we're immediately attacked. Egg. Based on his health, I'm pretty confident it would be wise of me to switch his and Kane's positions. Considering, you know, Kane just so casually just has double his hit points. Right, I forgot to give Rosa more arrows. What interesting choices they've made as to who to charm. There we go. Like, I would have been far more concerned if it went down the line and just grabbed Kane, Cecil, and Edge, considering they will do a lot more damage to me quickly. There we go, put Edge up there. Considering he is not only multiple levels lower, but he's also, you know, fragile. He's got a black belt, silver gauntlet, a bandana, and 2 short swords. Have anything else you could use? Nope, sure don't. Good thing I didn't buy short swords preemptively for you. That would have been a waste. I do have the strength ring I can give you. It's a slight defense down, but considering what you do, I feel like that might be better for you to have, actually. His 2 extra strength on a double attacker does seem like it might actually be worth something. So he's got ninja magic of just flame. He doesn't have anything else. Yeah, you know, that wisdom being real low, that tracks. That tracks. Ether 2. Moving right along. Back to the Tower of Babel. Yep, god damn it. Once again, me pressing directions, trying to move around, loses us an entire batch of text. Watch. Here we go. Okay, you don't really know how you did that, but sure. I'm gonna assume that was one of those, like, oh hey, this is too big a gap to jump or something, and he just jumped the gap for us. So he can sneak, he can ninja, he can throw things. We're just gonna have him attacking, probably. Because I don't have a lot of things for him to throw. I could have him throw, like, the ancient sword and nonsense like that if I really wanted to, but I don't think there's that much of a reason to bother. I keep forgetting to give Rosa more arrows. I'll remember eventually. Will after this battle count as eventually? We shall find out. Rydia gained a level, Cecil gained a level, nothing else of note happened. Hey, we got another cure, yay. The answer is yes, this counts for eventually. The only arrow I have a lot of, though, is the darkness arrows, so back to those you go, then. We need to bother healing anybody right now? Not really. Now, despite the fact that Edge is out front, I don't know if we have the ability to actually jump gaps at all or anything. I think that was just a one-off. I just realized, hasn't there been multiple ninjas named Edge in Final Fantasy? And part of me wants to wonder if, like, the white hair that Edge has is indicative of him actually being older despite being so hot-headed and everything. But considering we've got people with blue hair and everything, and his sprite also has blue instead of gray hair, I feel like they may have just made his battle sprite have the white hair to differentiate him from Cecil. Unless maybe when he's in battle, he pulls the hood down, and when he's walking around, he has the hood up, maybe? Because the hair ends up being the same color as his mask in the overworld sprite. I don't know. Like I was saying, we got people with blue hair and green hair and everything, so yeah, why not have a young guy with gray hair? There's actually plenty of people in normal life that have gray hair that early anyway. I actually went to school with one of those. Like, he had gray hair, like, early on into high school, type early. It was weird. I was gonna say, let's not all go jump and do stuff at once here, game. Good lord. With how long that took to let anybody attack, I should've just left. Charming Rosa, okay. I wonder if it prioritizes the casters. Probably not, because it... Well, then again, no, because Cecil technically could count in the caster list because of the fact that he does have healing magic. He kind of is in both lists, if you would think about it as like a fighter and a caster list. Then again, technically everybody other than Kain counts on the fighter caster list. Just Kain's the only one in this party now that doesn't have any kind of magic at all. He just has the magic of jumping on people's heads. Oh hey, free ruby ring. Beat up a snake lady and stole her ring. Certain. Okay, there was a chest just in the middle there down the... You know, game, I get that you needed names for more cats, but calling the very blatantly white and blue cats black cats is certainly an interesting choice. Also, something instant killed Kain that they did, and I really wasn't fully paying attention. I was too busy talking about the weird disconnect between their name and their design. I couldn't be bothered to bring Kain back to life for this fight because of the fact that he was probably gonna just hit the floor again anyway. Because they would more than likely just hit him before I could actually get a real amount of health back onto him again. This is why I keep so many of these small all-amount healing items on hand. Because half of these would have been a waste to do with a Cure 2. Though, one could argue that I could just have had twice as many Cure 2s in the same space I could have Cure 1s and Cure 2s. And you'd be correct, but it would cost me more money. Money that I clearly am so concerned about at this point in this game. Which technically I am, because if I had bought all the armor I could have in the previous town, we would have actually had no money left again. Now we got Blade Man and Sorcerer. But it's an attack from behind, so goodbye! Don't feel like dealing with you, good day. Yeah, see, you cut Rydia's health in half immediately. This is not worth my time. Good day. You can have that pittance of money. Also, the way their heads were also lends credence to my theory that the flame men weren't wearing helmets either. Now, of course this chest had monsters in it. 4 Mad Ogres as opposed to the 3 from before. Oh no. Anyway, just gonna throw magic at them. But you hit them with flame as well. Wiggle your fingers at them. See, they did 1 damage to Rydia. That's how you know they're really just not doing it. Oh right, fire does 1. Did flame do better? Uh-huh. No. So I guess they're just immune to fire. Which makes nothing but sense considering where they are. You know, ignoring the fact that them being immune to fire has nothing to do with them being in a box. Didn't ice do damage to them before? I could have swore magic did damage to these when they were in that other box. But I guess they're just immune to magic out of this box. I don't know. Just didn't work. We're just gonna have to hit him. And just keep hitting him. Oh, the excitement. Like, I'd be a lot more excited about this fight if they were proving to be an actual threat. but they are for the most part not. Like they've hit Cecil pretty well, but they for some reason can't hurt anybody else. It's weird. It's like they have a massive advantage against armor, but like they're terrible against people with less armor or something. There we go. Ogre Axe. You can use it too. Five damage higher than the Ice Brand. Can you, for some reason, use it? No. Then it's probably not getting used. Because I feel like I'm better off keeping the ice weapons on those two until after Rubicon. After Rubicon, I would be willing to think about it. Okay, we'll paralyze the bottom right one. There we go, get rid of one. I was initially considering prioritizing the Mad Ogre. And I remembered the fact that the cat had an instant death move that it had used, just presumably. So I thought better of it. I'm already very tired of seeing these Mad Ogres, though, I gotta be honest with you. They're not really a thing, they're just very durable. There we go. I wanted to check was... Okay, no, that is just odd. Okay. It looked different, so I wanted to see if it was, like, a spot I could climb down or jump or something. Because, again, it was a different tile, so it got my attention. Egg. Hello, Lamia. Good, soon to be goodbye, Lamia. No, the Charmed one actually got to do something before the fight ended for a change. No, they're making the right charm choices now. Doesn't matter because the fight's over. But they picked much more dangerous choices that time. Sniping the ones that were likely to kill the Lamia right off the bat. This is just annoying. Well, we can assume that the other enemies aren't going to be immune to magic. So what we could do is have everybody other than Redia focus the Mad Ogre. Just to make this go quickly. And then Redia just obliterates everything with magic. Come forth, Indra. Get me out of here. That did not work as well as I wanted it to, considering the Grudger just absorbed it. Why do I suddenly see 4 notifications in Discord? Oh, okay. One sec, y'all. Oh, I should probably... No, it's not even my turn yet. Multitasking away. Okay, that didn't really work. I was trying to answer a thing about Saturday while keeping this moving. Because, you know, active time battle and everything, the fight moves on without me if I'm not paying attention. Make sure everything's in good order. We'll go grab the chest and then come back for this room. So it looks like the path past the chest continues, so... mixed ideas on that one. I also probably should have healed before walking forward. Oh well. Yet another reminder of just how unbothered I am throughout most of this game. Combination of the benefit of having a potent healer and having just a lot less of a threat constantly looming over your head. Oh, and I've been thinking about the fact that the schedule is going to be opening up more soon because we're almost done with the Donathon incentive games, and I realized there's a split in my head on that. It's going to be nice having the schedule fully open again, but I've also realized I've been having trouble coming up with things to fill the other 3 days. So having the full week open again is going to be interesting. I have plenty of longer projects backed up to start, as far as like keeping Mondays going after this ends, for example. It's mostly Tuesday that's going to start getting interesting once that slot opens up freely and fully. I need to figure out what I'm going to want to do overall at that point. This may sound wild, but we've been doing Donathon incentive games long enough at this point that I genuinely don't remember what my usual structure looked like anymore. Which means I'm more than likely going to just change what the structure was entirely. as far as what the structure for the week is. Because if you think about it, and I'm gonna just put this full out straight and clear right now. We've been spending the first couple days of every week on Donathon incentives for this full half a year, more or less. So you can understand why I would lose track of how I was doing things before that when it's lasted that long. That is not a complaint by any measure. This is just me laying out the reality of the situation for y'all. Which, I was already planning on making changes to the overall structure of how things are done for the channel anyway. I just don't know how I'm gonna change it yet. But I was already realizing that I was gonna need to make some changes anyway. So we were already having, like, consistency troubles and things like that here and there. Because I was already running into times where it's like, okay, I don't have any good ideas for this. What do I do here? Now, the good news is, once Drac Attack gets up and running, obviously that will be filling some of that gap. But I don't think it would be a weekly show. I might run Drac Attack, like, monthly. Really depends on how I end up deciding to run that show. I also don't want to run it into the ground, is the other reason why I don't think I would run it weekly. Okay, yeah, Pin is ninja spell. Like, that's just one of those things where it's like, okay, what do I want to do? Which I may as well talk about the current existing plan for that show a bit more, since I brought it up twice today already anyway. And the main bit for it is going to be just genuinely me and one other person getting through whatever weird nonsense I've compiled for that specific segment. Be it a shuffler set up for that, a particular pair pulled from what I wanted and what they wanted, what have you. But it's gonna be, like, predominantly a duo show. In part because if I want to have things visible side by side, which is part of the plan for it, it's very hard to fit other people's views meaningfully on screen and have it be more than just two views. Like, there are people that do it, there are people that have, like, 5 and 6 plus player feeds on screen. They've also got special servers and such for that, which I do not have the power to do. Nor do I have the knowledge to do so, even if I had the power to do so. Like, there's no, like, major structure in mind for the show quite yet, which is part of why this obviously hasn't started yet. I had said that the first episode was going to be in August, and August is coming up rapidly. But that still has not been fully decided yet. But at no point is it ever going to be, like, this super structured, like, it's always this show by any stretch of the imagination. It will definitely be a variety show. It's mostly becoming a thing specifically, just to make it easier to get people in for it than anything else, because it's much easier to ask somebody, hey, do you want to be on this show, than it necessarily would be to just be like, hey, do you want to come just do this weird nonsense over here? And I do have a bunch of people already interested. It's just gonna be a matter of making arrangements with whomever ends up being guest one, figuring out what exactly we want to do for episode 1, and all of that. This may very well end up podcast adjacent, but I have no intentions of ever doing an actual podcast. Though, let's be real, most things end up podcast adjacent when you think about it, when it comes to content and creation like this, because it's always people talking about things while something else is happening. A podcast is just the talking without the something else happening in the background, usually. So that's where all of that is. Like, I'm never gonna have it go and turn into like an interview thing or anything like that, because we've talked about how I feel about interviews before. Though obviously there is going to be like a small introduction at the beginning to highlight whomever the guest is. Because that is going to be another important part of what that's going to be for, is for highlighting people. As some of y'all know, that is something I do enjoy doing, is drawing attention to others. Because I'm not exactly great at drawing attention to myself, but I can do a great job of drawing attention to somebody else. I just think it'll be fun having, like, shuffler lists tailored to the guest and such, and things of that nature, just being a focal point of what that all is. I feel like the list would then kind of give you a little bit of insight into who they are a little bit. Like, at a minimum, it would give you a bit of what their background is, more than likely, because almost certainly people are going to pick things they're comfortable with. So it kind of gives you a peek at them, even if they don't specifically say a lot of things about that. Oh right, Kane's turn was queued up before he got uncharmed. I was like, wait, why are you still attacking us? Also, Rydia just blew herself up with lightning because she was charmed. This might be the most effective Lamia ever. Except for the fact that she had Cecil hit himself, which uncharmed him. That was certainly a choice. It's interesting also that she's dead facing towards us, because she's still technically an enemy, I think, until she gets revived and the lack of charm gets shown. Oop. Okay, Bluster, I guess, paralyzes. Or something. See, I thought Bluster was what killed Kane before. Which, that has its own whole other context, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, to pull the curtain back as far as the ideas for the show goes a little further, or at the very least the likely progress of it, there's been at least, I want to say, like half a dozen people that have said that they're interested. Whether that half a dozen actually turns into someone actually being a guest on the show, that's a whole other situation that has yet to be figured out, because there's a discussion that needs to happen there first, but... Just in case anybody's thinking, like, oh, this is just us Drac rambling shit again and isn't actually going to turn into an actual thing. If I've already put in a call for interest and everything, you can be pretty confident that this is going to actually happen. The only way it wouldn't is if I had gotten, like, fully stonewalled about the interest there. Because at that point it would be clear, like, okay, they don't want to do this, so I can't exactly do this without people. But both when I posted about it on Blue Sky and when I posted about it in the Discord, I got a decent amount of interest both times. From different people, too, so there's a decent pool to work off of. It's just gonna require a lot of contacting and coordinating. Which is, as you might imagine, going to be the hardest part, as usual. But once this starts having examples to work off of, it will be much easier to keep the show running. Because then I can point at a previous segment and go, hey, we could just always do it like this one before, if you are more comfortable with that, than insert random nonsensical idea that I had at here. This is kind of like building a house. You need something for it to build off of. You don't always want to build a house that's just the same basic 4 walls and a roof that everybody else built either. Just gotta be careful how you jazz it up, because sometimes you make an entire house out of glass and wonder why the whole thing fell apart. What I might end up doing time slot wise, now that I'm thinking about it a bit more, is I could always have the Drac Attack segment be one, like, Thursday out of a month. Since I keep running into these problems where I don't always have collab ideas to keep the Thursdays rolling. Running Drac Attack one Thursday out of a month would then mean there's one less Thursday I need to poll and plan for in the general group as a whole. That just means it's a Thursday I plan with one specific person. You see the vision on that? You see where that would make it simpler? Whether that idea will work at all, who knows, but that's part of the rambling thought process I'm on with that right now. We shall see if that ever actually follows through in that line of thought or not. But I do intend to have it be a consistent day of the week every month. Whether it'll be a consistent date every month, that's gonna have to wait to be seen. Well, it can't be a consistent day and be a consistent date because the numbers shift every month, but it would be a matter of, like, would it always be the second Thursday or what have you of a month? That would be the intention? Like, obviously not that specifically, but something in that vein would be the intention more likely than not, just to make it easier for people to keep track of when it'll be. There is a part of my brain that's concerned that by, like, calling it a specific show and everything, it may end up attaching more to it than I mean to. But at the same time, there's all the benefits I was already talking about for that to my current mind outweigh the potential detriments there. And really, things only have the meaning that you choose to ascribe to them anyway. So, we can make it whatever the hell we want it to be. Let's not worry about the fact that Cain is both dead and a toad right now, by the way. Just gloss over that. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. Continuing to demonstrate the fact that I really am not that fussed about anything that happens to Cain. Though honestly, I'm not that fussed about what happens to anybody in this party at this point, because the party continues to do just fine no matter who falls, so we move on. And bring you back to life, make you not a toad anymore, put your body back together again. We'll go through and heal everybody else while we're in here. There we go. We've gone through a lot of our Cure 2s along the way in here. Me going in circles a bunch because I had a whole brain moment while I was trying to explain something did not help our cause, but, you know, it'll be fine. Another Lamia. We were surprised to find an egg. Oh no. See, the thing is, though, I'm pretty confident now that they don't hatch till you hit them. So a surprise round from these is completely pointless. Okay, you're charming Rosa again, that's fine. At worst, she might waste some MP doing something, but the Lamia is dead already, so it doesn't matter. There we go. Making progress now, I think. As I turned around from this because I wanted to go check on something else, but I have to assume that this is important. The, like, teleporter-looking thing there. Let's check these rooms before we go in there. Yeah, something important's around here, considering there's a save point here. Take a quick nap. I know we just healed everybody, but this will get everybody's MP back without me using ethers. And it's not like I'm not drowning in tents anyway. Let our weary heroes rest, and then we continue on our adventure. As I get jumped again. At least we get first strike, so we can hopefully get rid of the murder cats before they bluster somebody into oblivion again. Still not 100% confident how Cain just immediately died that one time. I still assume that it was something related to the bluster move. I just don't fully understand it. Yep, there it is. It just does sometimes kill people. Okay. Ask a stupid question, get the answer you really didn't want. But I did ask the question. That is on me. I asked. Also particularly inconvenient that Rosa in particular is the one who died. But it's fine. What we'll do is we'll just have Rydia use an item if Rydia even gets a turn anytime this century. Bring Rosa back. Let the lads beat up the ogre because they can do damage to it and Rydia really can't. Since it's immune to magic and Rydia's whip really doesn't do a lot. And then Rosa can just heal herself when her turn comes up. We do have ads coming up here in just a moment again as well. It's kind of funny. I was talking about how slow today was going before stream started, and At the very least, going and doing things for stream has definitely made time move faster. Because it really doesn't feel like it's been 3 hours, and yet it has. Let's have a look at this teleporter, since it looks like the path to the right further goes up a bunch. This is worth throwing magic at, actually. It won't hurt the ogre, but it'll hurt everything else. And speed this process up immensely. So by the time this fight's over, the ads will probably have started. Wow, Ice 2 did not do much damage to anything, actually, so that did not speed it up really at all. And Cecil's dead. And I wonder why I just kill those things immediately. But I do wonder, did I need to, like, use lightning or what to really get rid of these things faster? Fire doesn't seem like a good idea because of the balloons being there. I feel like they would just heal from the fire. They take a lot of damage from the ice weapons. Oh, that's about to be bad. No, Kane's fine. He took it like a champ. Let's just get rid of this thing fast before anything bad happens. By then, the ads will be in full swing. I'll get up, do a thing, and come back, and we will carry on forward by that point. Quickly handle the healing, because not everybody will need to see this. Not everybody will see it, more accurately. There we go. Back in a moment. Okay, but we'll be back to business here in just a second. I'm just making sure all my ducks are in a row and finishing up with that thing I talked about that I was discussing for Saturday. But I've still not mentioned exactly what's going on with that, but you'll find out later in the week when it's more confirmed what's going to be happening as to exactly what that's about. Okay. Me doing my usual constant plate spinning organizer thing. Even though I'm not the one who set up the thing for Saturday, I'm already still taking over part of the organizer part, because of course I am. One of these days I gotta stop doing that. Or start getting paid to do it, one or the other. Why is Psych 0? What does Psych do? I'm assuming it's like a scan move or something. But I'm now curious. Well, the thing I was going to Psych is dead, so we'll figure it out. It might also be like a mana drain, since it costs 0? Hello, welcome in Paladrune. Hope you're doing well. And appreciate the good luck. Okay, yeah, it is a drain move. Okay, that explains that. Yes, go ahead and Virus Kane again, that's fine. We'll just fix him later, because these things aren't long for this world anyway. One of these days, I probably should just grab a better staff for Rosa so I stop wasting arrows on all these random encounters. There's where her shots really don't matter that much anyway. But at the same time, 6 one half dozen the other there. I've got a bunch of random arrows that I keep finding anyway, so it's not like it's a big loss. Does this thing do anything? No. Okay. So it is just going upstairs then. Kinda figured it would only be just go upstairs, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. First time finishing it, yeah. Is I played a bit of it long ago, and then I had a donation incentive to play insert games in series, and people paid for up to 4 for Final Fantasy, so here we are. Thank you for the resub, Natra. How you doing? Like, to be clear, I have seen this game completed, but that too was many years back. Yeah, that's fair, Natra. Hopefully work is at least calming down, because I know you said it was crazy recently. Yeah, so far we've just been breezing through this week by week. This is only being played on Mondays, as I try to keep my schedule varied and, to my own mind, interesting. Which usually means playing each thing only once a week. But once this is done, there is no more Final Fantasy on the planned docket. As far as incentive things go for those curious, there's only Hades left and Little Nightmares. Hades will be starting tomorrow, unless plans drastically change spontaneously between today and tomorrow, which they might. There's a chance. Is there is another thing that was being discussed that may pop up in between. Edge. Dad, Mom. I'm glad you're fine. So am I. Edge, come. Come with us. Where? To the Dark World! Yeah, you know, they don't seem quite the same. I will bring you all down to the Hades. Oh, hey, I just mentioned that. What do you know? This seems like a problem. Yeah, you know, not really surprised that Edge can't hit them. He wouldn't want to strike his own parents. Based on these sprites, a lot of things there, bud. A lot of things are wrong with them. Now, the extra cruel thing would be if there's actually nothing changed about them at all, and this is all an illusion. Wouldn't that be fucked up? Okay, they didn't like getting hit with ice. Not a surprise considering they've only really thrown fire so far. They are doing damage, though. Not a lot of it, but they are technically doing damage. You can try to talk sense to them all you want. I don't think it's really going to work out with the condition they're in. And the condition they're about to be in. Oh, hang on. Something's happening. They're changing color. They became conscious. Well, this is about to be really awkward. Edge, listen. Sad music as I strike them with lightning. We're no longer human. I'm just letting them talk. We must not live long. Ask and ye shall receive. I'm sorry, dear. I do like the palette shift and everything they had when they regained control. It's a nice touch. It does make this entire situation even more unfortunate than it already is. Especially considering, you know, this is taking a while before we lose our... blank. The text space does kind of take away from this moment a little bit. Oh, Rose is out of arrows. Was it your lives that you're losing, or is it your minds that you're losing? There you go, mind, we must go. Yeah, I assume they want us to take them down completely before they lose control again. Which, let me tell you, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Now, I could do more. I could throw another Indra in there. One of the other summons might do more damage, but Indra seems to be one of the more consistent ones. Take care, Edge. Man, imagine if that was actually timed properly. Oh well. This will end eventually. You really can take a lot of hits. No, please. It's definitely a narrative gameplay split there, where he's still very willing and able to attack them, despite what his dialogue is saying. There we go. One down, one to go. Goodbye, Edge. Don't, Mom! Don't go! I say as I'm stabbing you. Oh. I guess I didn't need to do both. She went with him. That works. Ah! No. Yep. And of course we have to immediately follow up by fighting Rubicon, huh? Wretched Lugai, how dare he! Rubicon, I'm not gonna forgive you. Never! Lugai turned your parents into monsters on his own. I apologize for that. I'm not like the others you see. I want to play fair. Shut up! How brave, but you'll never gain real strength as long as you're swayed by emotions. I'll show you the power of anger! Rage drew out Edge's hidden powers. Edge acquired Flood and Blitz. I see, but my cloak of flame cannot be penetrated even by cold. Oh, he's actually even giving us a moment to heal. He really is playing fair. I have to respect that. He wants to fight us at our best. The only way that he could have shown more respect was him healing us himself before the fight starts. But I suppose that wouldn't be us doing it on our own. Then again, Edge is also not doing this on his own either. Alright, bring it on. Oh, he does actually restore us to full. Wow. God damn it. Now I restore you to full strength. Fight with all your might. Wasted all those damn items, assuming he was just giving me a moment. Okay, he's got the hands out. Assume Edge wants to use Flood here, because that just makes sense. Oh yeah, that did a lot. That did nearly 3,000. Nearly 3,000 from Cecil as well. And that didn't hurt that much. Shiva seems like the move from Rydia. Nope, there's Glare. That's the problem. Yep, Rydia's dead, so no Shiva for the second. Let's see about getting her back on her feet, now that Rosa finally got a turn. Now he's covering back up. I don't know if things are going to be as effective, because he did say his cloak protects him even against cold. And now he starts doing physical attacks. Yeah, it heals him now. I kind of figured it was going to be something like... Physical attacks, though, seem to be very effective when he's cloaked. Rydia might be going right back down, though. I should have used Cecil's turn to heal her, probably. Because he is very spammy. This is the closest to being in danger we've been. Hold that thought on bringing Rydia back. We're gonna get everybody's health up a bit more first, and then worry about that. Unless I can get this life off before that heal goes off. Nope. Damn it. If I had menued faster, that might have worked. Yep, that's expected. Goodbye, Rosa. Out of floods, okay. Okay, he's cloaked back up, so this is a good time to try to get people back on their feet and get things under control. Since he's not as dangerous when he's in cloak form. Heal yourself a little bit more there, Rydia. You go ahead and jump so you aren't in the equation for a second here. You attack. Okay, I was like, that attack did nothing? Or... see about getting another Cure 3 in there. Assuming she gets a turn. And to cast that. Get another Cure 2 out there, because Cure 3 is not going to undo quite everything. And with the amount of attacks he's throwing out there, it's worth doubling up. At least for the moment. So I have to imagine he's not going to last that long with the degree of damage he's taking from everything we've done. I lost now. But I shall return. Good luck. And Edge got the killing blow, as he should. Even if the scientist went on his own to transform Edge's parents, he was still serving Rubicon, so still leads to Rubicon being a target anyway. 5,000 experience ain't half bad. Well, now I see why Golbez had a hard time with you. Weak people can join forces. I admire you, warriors. Farewell. Dad. Mom. I avenged you. Very quickly, too. Your Highness. How did y'all get up here? Chamberlain. We won't let your Highness go alone. Where's Rubicon? Already dealt with. It's over, we did it. That becomes the prince. All because of these guys. Thank you, good sirs. And madams, I guess. Who's Golbez? The one gathering the crystals to reach the moon. He's the mastermind of Rubicon. Why the moon? For the power. And we have to stop him, Golbez. So he was behind all this. I'm gonna get him. Oh, but your Highness, we must rebuild our castle. World's in danger. I gotta do something. Besides, I don't like that guy. Oh, but your Highness, don't worry. Now go back to Eblan, go rebuild the castle. I'll come back after it's done and take credit for it all. Very well, sirs. Please take care of our prince. Your Highness, good fortune be with you. Okie dokie. Oh, English translations. Alright, let's go smash Golbez. That's for a different situation. Get back the crystals. Alright, now let's go. A pitfall? Really? Y'all didn't check for traps on the way in, huh? God damn it. Ouch. Seems like we've fallen into the underground. It's never that easy, huh? Just never is that easy. Yep, Queen Lamia and some more eggs. Let's kill the queen first, then. We've already had some practice with queen slaying today, so, you know, start as we mean to go on and all that. Huh. Not gonna lie, was kind of expecting to get charmed or anything. But I'm gonna guess that the whole bit there was if I attacked the Lamias and the eggs, she probably would have made more eggs then. And that's what her purpose in that fight was. Now, there's actually a reason I didn't give Rosa any arrows right now, and that is so she can punch the people that get charmed at this point. Except for the fact that she's gonna get charmed too. Well, it also means she's less dangerous when she's charmed, so you know what, that's fine. And they're gonna uncharm my people anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Though man, those Lamias get a lot of turns. Turns very quickly. Okay, you made the Lamia go berserk before it died. Huh. I don't really know what the trick there with berserking it was gonna be. Like, obviously I know berserk tends to make things stronger, but that also means it loses access to charm, which seems like the opposite of what you'd want in that situation. Since charm's the entire reason those things are a threat to begin with. Hey, I meant to uncharm somebody that turn with Rosa. Goes to show how much I'm actually paying attention to that idea. It's becoming a problem, though. I might want to do something about it. Or they're, yet again, gonna just uncharm people for me. Yeah, no, they're just taking care of the uncharming process for me. I don't even have to do anything. Hey, look, everybody's... No. Magic, I guess, does not uncharm people. I was gonna say everybody's back, but no, Kane's still charmed. They made the much better decision of charming Cecil now, which is a problem. Wait. Okay, healing the egg was a move of all time, I guess. We'll take a second here to get everybody back on track, and then we'll hit that egg and deal with... No. God damn it, Cecil. At least it didn't, like, warp us out of here and I would have to walk back through the entire dungeon or anything. But that would honestly be really funny, even if it'd be really, really annoying. Get everybody healed up. And onward we go. The same arrangement, but at a different angle. Nah, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with that again. If I wanted to watch them beat the shit out of each other, I could just tell them to beat each other to death. It's fine. Let's give Titan a spin against these. Because we know electric damage is health to Grudgers. They might just be healed by all magic, though, and we'll find out in a moment about that one. Okay, no, they are very much not immune to not electric damage. Noted. Yeah, free cabin. What's in the box? We're gonna have to find out after this fight. Okay, they blustered, but it failed. The other one also blustered, but it failed. Not gonna lie, I already forgot what the sorcerers do, because I think I usually get rid of them before they do whatever it is that they do. Well, I've also keep looking at these sorcerer sprites and trying to figure out what's going on with them. Like, obviously they got the little cane out front. They look like they're looking up. But I don't know if that's like a wing or what's going on out the back there. All that bridge for a cure too. Okay. Why not? Just keep mashing, none of it really matters. So if everybody's deciding our next goal is Golbez, which, you know, it makes sense for Golbez to be our next goal anyway, considering he is kind of the main problem, it does make me wonder if we're actually closer to finishing this than I thought. 'Cause I was thinking I was going to be finishing this next week. And there's still a chance that that is the reality. There's also a chance we finish it this week, depending on what happens once we finish with what we're doing in here right now. I could have swore there was at least one whole other phase to things to go through yet. We'll find out. Oh, hey, some lightning arrows. The big problem with giving Rosa any arrows at this point, though, is the simple fact of the highest quantity of arrows we have right now is 29 now. She's gonna run out of those real fast. So I think what I'm gonna do is just give up on the whole bow thing for her and just give her the cure for staff back. Which is way out of date, don't get me wrong. But it's not like she's doing a lot anyway. What? New airship? Let's take this airship and get out of the tower. It's not yours. That's okay. You'd be happy to be used by us. It's not yours. It's mine now. Isn't this a trap or something? Don't worry. I like this airship. Let's call it the Falcon. How do you like that? Hurry, Edge. Okay. Now go, Falcon. Ta-da! Did you expect it? No. I guess it's just working? Eh. Well, okay then. We stole an airship that can't cross the lava for some reason. Why are we leaving anyway? Shouldn't we just, you know, go back upstairs and go grab the crystals and just don't fall in the pitfall? Now, admittedly, we do have a problem. We kind of sealed the hole, or Sid did, rather. Let's go talk to the Dwarf King, see how badly things went. We're the nurses, we're girls. The hole to the upper world crumbled the other day, and we found a strange man there. He's in the nursing room. Hey, what do you know? Sid's not dead. He did say he was gonna be stuck down here a while. He didn't say he was planning on going down with the ship or anything. But still, when you watch a guy fall down and explode, you tend to expect him to be dead. I suppose any engineer worth his salt would have a pretty explosive resistant suit, where possible. And pick up a ton of cures. I could literally afford to buy 50 cabins if I wanted to. I'm not going to. I'll grab 50 tents instead, because that's much cheaper and does the job just fine. Yeah, there he is, just chilling. Food? How can these people eat such tasteless... Sid! You're okay. Good grief. Who's this chap? Chap, you impertinent brat. Who do you think you're talking to? Who's this little nuisance? I'm Edge, the renowned Prince of Eblan. He is a prince, even though his mouth betrays his nature. And handsome, skilled ninja as well. If you're the one saying that, Edge, I don't think that sentence works. He's injured, don't anger him. Henpecked boy. Oh, shut up. By the way, what of Golbez? We defeated all 4 of his fiends, but all the crystals except for the last one are now... I want to go get the last crystal, but the Enterprise is above on the upper world. We snatched an airship from the enemy, but it cannot fly over the magma. Aha! Now it's my turn. Can't do anything without me. And he's just gonna immediately hop to it. You must stay in bed, Lally. Wait until you heal, Lally. Oh, shut up and help me remodel the airship. We have no time to waste. He's gonna just drag the nurses with him. He looks fine. Yeah. Leave it to Sid to be unstoppable. They won't let him do the work, so he's just hopping up and down and yelling at him. Nope, you're helping too. Get to it. I see. Shouldn't we all get involved? No, I guess it's even there, you know, no, it's fine. And now back to bed. Now you can fly over the magma. Thank you. Sid. He's just sleeping. Damn kids making me have to do everything myself. Must have been very tired. He has overworked himself. Thanks, Sid. Not gonna lie, I can kind of relate to that a bit, though. The only way to get something done is to do it yourself sometimes. Oh yeah, the big chicken. I assume the stuff here hasn't changed. Yeah. All things considered, though, they came out of this whole war thing pretty well. You would think since they sent off their tanks to go fight and everything, there would be a more somber atmosphere here and more people would be, you know, dead. But I guess maybe their tanks actually held up to the super cannon pretty well then. Or they're just used to having large swaths of their population destroyed. One of the two. We've been worried. How did it go? I'm afraid... You see, Golbez is trying to force open the sealed cave. It's just a matter of time before he succeeds. So I want you to get the crystal before him. Uka! What is it, Father? Give your necklace... This one? And this is the very key to open the sealed cave. No one can enter the cave without it. We must defend the last crystal at all costs. We'll do our best, because we've had such a great track record of that up to this point. Now, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. But if there's only one key to open this sealed cave, and the enemy wants to get into the sealed cave, maybe it's a bad idea to go to the sealed cave and open it up. But there's another side to that coin, and that is if we never go to the sealed cave and we never open it, we don't know if they find another way into the sealed cave and steal the thing. This is a no-win scenario, is what I'm getting at here. But I do think that we're gonna end up having just another case of we go to the crystal and Golbez takes the crystal right out from in front of us. Just like he did the crystal that was here. So I question the idea behind our plan. Alright, I can't save while I'm in the airship. Hang on, gotta land the airship and stop the fun music. Go back to the violins. Do I need to heal? Nah, we're fine. Now, you know what would have been great? Is if anything was mentioned about, oh, I don't know, where the sealed cave is. Probably right here, though. This looks like a very important cave that's far away from everything. Sylvan Cave. Didn't say it's sealed. This might be extra. It's full of ghosts. Ghosts that spam fire too, annoyingly. And remember, ghosts are not undead in this game, so I can't just healing magic them to death. Or at least the spirits that were the same model weren't undead, so I have to assume these aren't too. Until proven otherwise. Based on the fact that they hit pretty hard and they're pretty durable, this is either where I'm meant to be going, or this is a relevant place to go that's extra right now. And now I've got hiccups again. Lovely. Oh, they know sleep as well, which is just great. In fact, you know what? Actually, keep doing that. Just keep trying to put us to sleep the whole time. That's great. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. It's a great plan. No notes. Level up for Rosa, and we get a Cure 1. We took damage from the floor, I think. So it might be a good idea to float. This might be the point where we start having Rosa actually, like, consistently doing healing magic during combat. It's almost like these things hurt or something. Like, a lot. I debated doing it against Rubicant, but these things might also be a case where it might actually be worth casting Wall. Though, I don't think it would be, because their physical attacks also hurt a lot. Case in point, they just obliterated Cecil, who's usually the one taking like 1 damage from physical attacks from things. So that's worrying that he's dying that easily to these. Now, there's a decent over-under on him just getting put right back down again. Yeah. They've decided putting people to sleep is a better idea. Let's just do a focused heal 3 on Cecil, because he needs it. Yeah, that's a full heal. Kinda figured. That gets him out of the death loop that he was in. In fact, it may actually be worth giving Cecil the Drain Sword back for going through this cave, since they seem to have a real fixation on attacking him right now. And this is one of the few places he seems like he actually takes a lot of damage. Which so far... The damage down is unfortunate, but I think it might be worth it. Oh, it's the green spots that are damage as well. Presume I go the other way to get to the chests, then? Oh, the trees are back. And we were attacked from behind. Get me the hell out of here. Do not want. I wish to leave. Goodbye. Okay, that is damage when I walk under them as well. I was kind of hoping that there was a space there and I could just be funny and sneak around it. Turns out not so much. Or two. Ow. Charm arrows. How do I get that one? Oh, you gotta go all the way around to get that one. How do you get... Oh, we got Toad Lady and Tiny Toads. Probably want Toad Lady going first. Oh, this is going to be awful. The Symphony of Toads. Wait, why did two of them get turned to toads suddenly at the end there? Nope. Get started on untoading people. This seems like a time to just blast. Because even if the toads themselves are not a direct threat, that whole getting turned into a toad thing is going to be really inconvenient. Not to mention, it takes a really long time for all of them to take a turn toading. Okay, Cecil's been turned into a toad again. Let's turn Edge back this time because his attack is coming up. It'll be a better idea to fix him before his attack happens. That's what I think of you and all your little toads, too. Way to crit before you got healed there, Edge, and do a whole 1 damage. Proud of you, buddy. At least Cecil still heals for his 1 damage that he does. So we've got that going for us, at least. You turned yourself into a toad. Okay. I assume that's so that she can also cast Toad, probably. Except she can, but... I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to understand it. It is very funny seeing our leading sprite be a toad. We've got business to be about. We can't just fuck around as a frog. No, if we're not careful, we'll get croaked. There we go, everybody's patched up. We're still floating, so we can just book it. How do I get to that stuff over there? I have to assume it's... like, go down and then back up again somewhere, then. In fact, right here, probably. Mobile... oh, a ghost and a dark tree. All my favorite things. Kill it with lightning. Yeah, it's kind of what I figured was gonna happen, which is why I was trying to do something about that immediately. So we silenced, charmed, toaded, just everything, I think. Just having a bad day. Okay, yeah, there's further proof that those aren't undead. There goes the ghost. I queued up those attacks figuring the mobile was gonna be dead, and it wasn't. Probably should have actually healed Edge and gotten rid of the, like, you know, litany of bad things that had happened to him. Oh, the mobile is paralyzed now, at least, so that's good. I think he's got a lot of health, huh? Irritating. I don't really want to cast more call spells right now. So that's just gonna become such a borehole for mana. Oh, that's paralyzed now too, so that helps. Good work, Rydia. Oh no, Cecil got crit for 1. Whatever are we gonna do? That really is such a good cure spell, by the way, that it just cures everything at once. It's very convenient. It'd be a huge issue if enemies could apply multiple things at once, like the mobile can, and you didn't have something that cured multiple things at once. Yep, float must have wore off. Okay, yeah, we're in that other section over here now, as expected. Go ahead and cast Party-Wide Float again, because there's a lot of pain floor around here. Other than Kain, we're doing decently on health, so we'll prop Kain up a little bit. Give Kain a Kain. There is a save point right there that I probably should have just used to use a tent, but it's fine. 1,000 gold, cabin. Apparently this still doesn't lead to the treasure over on the other side. Oh, you know, maybe I should have used Flood with Edge. Since these things use fire, they might be vulnerable to ice. Oh, you know what? We can find out. Even though Flood would be water, I would assume water and ice are the same damage type in these games, since there'd be no reason to split those. Probably should have had Rosa heal instead of whacking it with a stick, but I keep not paying attention to whose turn it is and just kind of mashing the button, hoping for the best. It did okay. That's good enough to do decent damage. Their animations do look a little weird as far as their hit animation goes when they're levitating. Okay, yeah, Flood is the move for these things, because it definitely does good work. We have found a way to expedite getting past the ghosts. Which, expediting killing them, definitely important, considering they pump out a lot of fire damage. Why is that chest already open? Also, Float really does not last very long, huh? I'm starting to think it might be more worth my while just to eat the damage at this rate, because I have no way of telling that Float wore off until I start taking the hits from the tiles. Oh good, it's a box full of monsters. It's the Toad Lady again. I tell you what, give him a blitz. See how that works out. Because now that we know how this fight works, I'm just going all in on this and just nuking it. I'm not dealing with everybody getting turned into toads and wasting my time. They've already croaked, lady. They're all dead. And you will be joining them very soon. By the power of Indra, perish. Why did you live through that? You've ruined my moment. Threw off my groove. Now you're a frog. You died as you lived. Mute knife. Okay. That's probably worth having. Probably better than a short sword, right? Sure is. He now has 101 attack. Let's go. Edge is becoming useful. For the mana I'm expending, I don't really know if this whole Door 2 thing is that worth it at the moment, but it's working well enough. Doing that because I'm starting to run low on potions to use. More treasure. This cave really goes far, huh? Get you with the blitz. Hit her. Let's try Jin, which I'm assuming is going to be the Ifrit equivalent, since we don't have one that accounts for fire yet. Once more, lady, all your toads are dead. Yep. I think that did a little bit more damage than Indra did. Wasn't Indra doing like 800 to her, and Jin did 1,000? Suppose it doesn't matter, though. Dead is dead at the end of the day. Thanks for the heal, I guess? Nah. Not currently floating. I really should readjust my spell lists so that my best spells are at the top so you can actually quickly use them. Instead of just using the menu as is and... Oh boy. A centipede and 2 mobiles, huh? So hey, how about the fact that we've learned what the fire call is? You don't have enough magic to do anything. Just stab that. Oh, Kain has been afflicted with, yes, as has Edge. Let's just get both of them fixed up immediately, then. That did not do as much as I'd hoped. There we go, Kain's back to normal. At least they don't lose their float when I have to cure everything off of them. If they lost float, that would be incredibly annoying. Because then you'd have like weird desync across the party as to who had float and who didn't, and it would be a whole thing. Totally not speaking from experience where I've had to use a float spell in an RPG before and had things actively knocking it off of you, so you had to deal with a whole thing there. Not gonna lie, when I saw an attack named Digest, I expected her to die. Just like get eaten straight up. I'm very happy that didn't happen, but I am mildly surprised. She is slowly dying though, because it's another like vampire move, or virus, or whatever. Whatever variety of your slow, insidious death move you would like to decide to use this time. Oh, hey, you learned Drain. Neat. For 1. Oh, there's something over here. There's a house. I feel like I've gone the wrong way for all the treasures, but at this point, I'm kind of down with just leaving this hellish place behind as quickly as possible. Okay, all 3 of them failed to Toad, so that's good. I also failed to appropriately cast a AoE spell, so this worked out. Except she's doing it again. God damn. Two for Kane. Two for Kane and nothing happened. Let's go. Really figured Jin would have happened by now. I swear if you turn Rydia into a toad. Okay, good. Both of them failed. Because the funniest thing that could have happened would have been Rydia getting turned into a toad right before Jin finished casting. Yep, there's the ads. So once this fight ends, I will get up for a moment as per usual during ad breaks, and we will go about our business. And then we shall continue after the ads. I do a bit of maintenance before I get up as well. That'll do. Back in a moment. I have returned. We're not quite back from ads fully, so I'm just checking on a thing or two while I wait. I really gotta stop hitting the caps lock. Okay, yeah. What I thought. based on the quick peek I just took, because obviously I did not want a repeat of the whole long diatribe that was finishing 3. We're gonna go ahead and wrap up after we're done in this cave here, and then we'll split it so that I finish it next week, and things should be pretty smooth and clean, as opposed to a like 8-hour session to finish it today. Wow, humans. Found another cat claw. Found a poison claw. Huh. Isn't that interesting? What are you doing here? Get out. Won't let you take him. He'd collapsed in front of this cave and had been unconscious since. Aren't we doing enough? Hey, Yang. Turns out he's not dead. Can't do anything for him, apparently, but, you know, he's here. And the fairies here don't want us to do anything with him. Oh, that was an exit. Well, since we can't do anything for Yang right now, let's just not worry about that right now, then. Let me make a note that Yang is in Sylvan Cave. This is... Well, I got out of the cave a lot quicker than I thought I was going to. So let's take a quick swing around the underground as a whole and see what else there is to see. And then we'll end for the day, because there's also this cave here. Is this the sealed cave? No, this is the Land of Monsters. So that's also something we could do. Which we then turn in with the king. Oh, there's a village over here. This may be worth being what we do at the end here, then. Kamra. Where'd you come from, Lally-Ho? I came from the other place that people say Lally-Ho a lot. Hey-ho, anything happening at the castle? Yeah, a lot of things, honestly. There's naming way for the area. They've got cure 1s and 2s here, which we do need a decent amount of cure 2s. Go ahead and give me another 60 of those. Since I did burn through, like, all of them. Hemingway, you are in the way. Considering it gave me a cat claw and a poison claw, I have to assume it will give you whatever weapons Yang had when he left your party, then, in that spot. Middle chain whip, ogre axe, archer bow, mute arrows. Oh, we do want to know. Actually, no, we have the middle sword and the mute, so we don't need that. We do want the chain whip so that Aridia has a better weapon. I already have an ogre axe that I'm not using. This does probably mean she's gonna lose the paralysis. But 10 more attack is nothing to sneeze at. Silver hammer. Ancient sword sells for a lot, so I feel like I should keep hold of that. Silver rod, silver gauntlet, dwarf axe. I'm gonna keep the elemental weapons, even though there's probably no reason to keep them. It just bugs me to sell elemental weapons until I've proven like they are way, way out of date. And unique things like the ancient sword, I'm also kind of leery about getting rid of. Is what if there's a weird situation where you need that specific sword or some stupid nonsense like that? Hey, what are you doing walking through the wall over here? Wow, a customer. I mean, thanks for showing me the way to the armor shop, I guess. diamond armor. Alright. Give me 2 suits of that, thank you. 2 of them helmets. 2 of them gauntlets. 2 of them shields. 2 of them tiara. Oh, I already had one on Rosa, actually. Well, and 3 of them diamond rings. But we'll deal with the redundant tiara after I'm done doing inventory. Wait, no, I wanted to still be in your menu because you get the diamond ring as well. There we go. A whole 1 extra defense. Let's go. Do I even want to give you the ring then? Maybe you keep the strength ring. It is only 2 damage and you gain 4 defense and 6 magic defense. So no, actually taking off the strength ring is probably wise. Time for a big upgrade for you from a bunch of diamond thingies. Oh yeah, you're even wearing a wizard helmet too, so this... only 4 defense more, actually. 4 more from that as well. Not bad. 54 defense and 11 magic defense. I'm a little worried about the magic. But it'll be what it'll be. I don't really have options there. 1 more defense. 2 more defense. You know, all this diamond stuff's really not all it's cracked up to be, huh? This does leave Kain with 1 more defense than Cecil, and they both have the same magic defense now. Not gonna lie, for how much I spent on all this stuff, I am very disappointed. But it is presumably useful, so... it's what we got now. And we'll get a good chunk of our money back by selling all of the previous gear. And the accidental tiara. And the strength ring doesn't sell for that much. We'll just hang on to it for the moment. I do wonder, like, how much stuff did they think people were going to be holding onto that you would need the storage at all? That just hit me, like, what did they think people were going to be doing? Like, never selling anything? Or did they expect people to just have, like, 4 or 5 stacks of healing items of each kind on them at a time or something? Like, it's nice to have that storage, I'm just wondering, like, what's the point? Hey-ho! Come from the upper world? Where's that? Hey, you were the one that talked about the castle before. I haven't looked in this house in the corner yet. Glad you came this far. Take what you want. I'm a farmer. Good for you. Door 2, 490 gold, cabin, and 480. Alright, another cure 2 in that pot as well. Put this pot over here. 470. Yeah, not gonna lie, that house really wasn't worth it. But we searched it. This town did not take that much time to go over either, so let's keep looking around some more as I walk into another part of the town by accident. I forgot we parked above. What this cave? This is the sealed cave. Okay. So sealed cave's at the bottom. And over here. this the Land of the Monsters one, or is this another one? This is Land of Monsters, okay. Which I suspect those patches on the floor in there probably hurt too, just like the other... Well, this seems concerning. I also never got our mana back, so, this could actually be a major issue. Okay, maybe not as bad as I feared. They just looked concerning because they were all new things, and new things scary. Okay, Indra still takes care of business just fine. Decent amount of experience, so if I needed to grind, that wouldn't be the worst thing. I'm just clearing them out constantly. Because it's not like I've got a shortage of tents, so I have infinite MP as long as I'm out in the field. That's the cave we did at the beginning of this area. There's still this. I guess it's not anything. Okay, the crater... I presume that's the crater left from Sid crashing down. There are still items left in Sylvan Cave, but I don't know if I care that much. That place was really annoying. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and park us outside the Land of Monsters, because that's probably what we'll do first next week. Do that so that I remember that the Land of Monsters is there. And yeah, I think splitting it like this is a good idea. Like, I feel like that's wiser than pushing, like I was talking about earlier. We'll see who's up and about doing what, and then go from there. I know this is a little on the short side, but I feel like it's wiser than overdoing it like I was talking about. Especially since kind of mixed results overall today so far in terms of energy and everything from the word go. And I'm actually already getting hungry, which is surprising considering I've already had breakfast and lunch today, so the fact that I'm hungry is weird. But I'd rather not, like, sit here hungry the whole time. Surprisingly, there's a decent amount of people, but none that are like, yes, I absolutely want to go there right this second. And considering the current situation, I think we're gonna end up having this be a raid skip tonight. Because like I said, I'm gonna be immediately going and grabbing food and such anyway, based on the current feeling. So that makes more sense than raiding somebody and then wandering off. So we'll go ahead and just pack it in there. That'll be fine. So schedule coming up tomorrow is more than likely going to be Hades unless I get a different idea in my head before we get to tomorrow, which is entirely possible because I have half of today to have something else pop to mind. I may try to finish the model upgrade to show that off tomorrow. We'll see how I feel once I eat and settle in after stream. There's a very real possibility I'm just gonna fall over and just bleh. We shall see there. Thursday's got no special plan, but if any of the things that I put in for on Lurkit end up accepting me by then, we may very well just do those quickly. In early. Friday is a question mark, and Saturday, as I said, I have a thing I was invited to play So Saturday will be interesting and late, much like last week. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will be back tomorrow, like I said, and we will be back to Final Fantasy in particular next week to finish it. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.